We'll do a roll call. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Brokaw.
Here.
Commissioner Lundvall.
Here.
Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Bell.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
So we have a quorum. There's members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item. Please fill out a comment form located at the registration table at the back of the room. Hand it to one of the department staff and they will forward it up to us. Today, Janet Millick is helping at the back she's from the Casper Regional Office. If you're participating via Zoom, you should be submitted an advance comment form prior to the starting of the meeting. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak as a courtesy to others, please limit your time. Commissioners, if your red light's on, your mic is hot. Sometimes I forget that. Would you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item of business is approving the minutes from the last commission meeting, July 16 through 17. Is there a motion?
Mr. President, I move we accept them as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and second to approve the minutes from the July 16, 17 meeting. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. One other item that we have to take care of that I should have already taken care of is we need to approve the executive session meetings from the last meeting. Minutes. Is there a motion?
I'd move to approve the executive session minutes.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the executive session meetings from the July 16, 17 meeting. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Director,
Well, good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission.
we get to call you up for the last time, right?
The last time, yeah, the last time for a director's report. I probably have a couple more times here at the podium before the end of the meeting.
You
but
will, but this is it. So
This is it. And you
You're
know, it's
on.
interesting. I was thinking here this morning, the last time I was in this room, I was playing water volleyball. So we're literally sitting on a swimming pool.
in this room.
This was filled, the swimming pool must have been filled in and they converted this room to a meeting room. So
Wow.
there's a couple of us in the room here that have experienced that.
I
So
remember it.
yeah, that remember it. So I've got a few things here for you this morning and I'm going to ask for some help from our Sheridan Regional Wildlife Supervisor, Dustin Shormer, to help me here with this first item. But as many of you are aware, and I'm sure you're all aware actually from seeing press and hearing from friends and neighbors that there was significant wildfires in Northeast Wyoming, Campbell, Johnson counties primarily, that really had some pretty significant impacts on agricultural operations and even some impacts to wildlife. As far as those impacts to wildlife, that's where I'm going to ask Dustin to come on up and give you what he knows to date. The region's certainly been from day one was involved out on the ground with analyzing the effects and then also predicting what this how this may affect wildlife down the road. So Dustin, if you'd come up, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, President Ladwig, commission members. The Sheridan region, which encompasses essentially Sheridan, Johnson, and Campbell County, along with a little bit of Crook and Weston County. We've had quite a robust rangeland fire season this year. Normally we have a couple forest fires, but that just hasn't been the case. We've had 54 separate wildfires that are at least 5 acres or larger. Approximately 322,000 acres of rangeland have burned this year. The largest of which was the house draw fire outside of Buffalo, that consumed just under 175,000 acres in about 2 days. While most of these fires have been primarily on private land, we have had some impact to some accessible public lands, namely the Weston Hills area north of Gillette, and a portion of the Thunder Basin National Grassland down in the Rochelle Hills. Currently, pretty much all the fires are contained, and most of the efforts that are going forward are just rehab efforts, fixing fire line, repairing fences that were damaged as suppression was going on. As far as wildlife concerns, our personnel did discover approximately 50 antelope in the house draw fire that were dead within the fire perimeter. We have not documented any deer or elk in that area, so we're assuming that, you know, their ability to navigate fences is a little better than antelope, so they were able to kind of get out of the way. Something that is yet to be determined is in speaking with our vet, like there are some after effects of smoke inhalation, and that essentially manifests itself in pneumonia. So there's probably some effects we haven't seen yet in the antelope and deer and elk that were kind of in the way of that fire. Something that really concerns us is in Northeast Wyoming, we do have annual invasive grasses. It is a big concern of ours, not only cheatgrass, but we have ventonata. Right now, our habitat folks are looking for funding sources and different agencies and landowners to partner with to hopefully address some of these invasive grasses as they become predominant on the landscape. Another big concern of ours is approximately 141,000 acres of our sage grouse core connectivity and proposed core and stewardship area burned. You guys in your commission notebook should all have a map of that area. This fire burned really hot and it was a complete burn. It wasn't a dirty burn that kind of, you know, jumped around. The landscape essentially looked like the surface of the moon after this fire had come through. So we're definitely very concerned about that. Along with that, there were 21 sage grouse leks that were actually within the fire perimeter that are gone as well. We are thinking about tackling some sagebrush restoration efforts. These are very complicated. First off, it's very costly. Finding a adequate seed source, especially for the amount of country that we're talking about, is going to be difficult. It takes decades and it's going to take decades for the sagebrush, if we were to do some treatments to essentially regain what we've lost to get to where we were at before these fires. It's going to take decades of work, and then finding willing partners who are going to have the patience with us to let this work go for so many years. So it's definitely going to have some impacts on not only sage grouse, but also deer and antelope in those areas as well. Currently, it was difficult to get a whole lot of boot on the ground time in these fires just because it was still an active fire. Like the BLM and Forest Service and the county, they didn't want us roaming around an active fire site. So we were limited in where we could go. We do have some money available, and we've got some fixed wing flights lined up in the upcoming weeks now that the flight restrictions have been lifted, so we can kind of get, you know, eyes on the ground, a little better idea of what we're looking at. As far as outreach goes, we've had tremendous amount of contact with affected landowners, with outfitters, and with hunters in the areas where these fires were at. We tried to get out the word as early as we could to hunters, specifically in Antelope Area 16 and 22, as well as Region C deer license holders. Chapter 44 of Commission Regs, it does allow license holders in certain circumstances the opportunity to either reserve their license for the following year or to receive a refund based on like the circumstance of being a loss of opportunity or the results of a natural disaster. We fielded over 100 calls from hunters so far, and so far only a handful have actually decided that they're going to take us up and go through the process to either reserve their license or get a refund. We've also sent out some emails to other hunters in some other hunt areas that were affected by separate fires, just kind of giving them some resources to like, what should you expect? You know, places to go to contact the Forest Service or other land management agencies just to see what the current status is. Just kind of a heads up, letting them know what the situation is. Luckily, in some of these fires that we have had, we have got a little bit of moisture and green up is occurring in some of them. So we have seen antelope and deer and elk move back into some of these areas. So it's not totally devastated. And I guess finally, just to wrap things up is, I know our communications division, they've done a great job not only contacting folks, but doing outreach with media outlets, whether it be newspapers or magazines or radios. It's been kind of a monumental lift trying to get information out to the public. And they did a great job because they got on that right from the start. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, unless anybody has any questions.
Mr. President, I have a good, how is this gonna, when we talk about invasive species on grasses and stuff, is this an opportunity for us to move in and do a few programs for this area that's burnt, or is it, or do we don't know? Because it's my understanding that first thing that comes back is the invasive grasses, and I'm wondering if what we're doing.
President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, I know from some of our properties where we've done treatments, there is a chemical that works very well at essentially treating invasive annual grasses. The problem is the expense. It's a very expensive chemical. It does work, but it's very expensive. So the county weed and pest, at least in Sheridan, Johnson, and Campbell County, are all very aggressive, and I'm sure they're all on board in helping out with this. We're trying to maybe fill in some gaps and do some additional work with those folks. But it's, 322,000 acres, that's a significant chunk of country to treat when you're, comparing it to, like the Amsden outside of Dayton where we treat 1,000 acres. I mean, that's just doing 1,000 acres is a monumental effort. So this is, we have a long road ahead.
So I'll add some stuff, Dustin, when you're done.
Okay.
I got some information for the commission and an ask as well. Questions?
Thank you for your information. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
So in relation to Commissioner Roberts' last question, so the last Friday, the governor convened a cabinet meeting for those agencies that have some nexus to this whole problem with these fires. And so there's a lot of efforts going on right now to figure out how to provide funding to treat massive amounts of invasive annual grasses. And so first of all, there's currently significant money available through NRCS and the EQIP program, but a lot of that requires match. And so the state will be, Director Bob Budd has already put together the request, and we're going to be requesting, I think right now we're at about 20 million. Does that sound right, Angie? So 31 million from the legislature. Director Budd will be talking to the Joint Ag Committee tomorrow morning in Buffalo about this. And that will help provide match for federal money that can come in. We, in the past, have had in our annual budget, $250,000 a year to help with match on cheatgrass projects, primarily cheatgrass, but Ventonata, Medusa Head as well. That was not put in the budget this year. And so one ask I would have for the commission to consider today is to reinstate basically that $250,000 so that we've got money to help with match on like Dustin said, a very expensive set of projects. Like he said, the chemical works well, much better than what we used to have, but it's still expensive and it pretty much has to be delivered aerially. And the costs for that are, 60 and higher per acre. So the other thing too that we'll be working with producers on is there's, thousands of miles of fence that were burned up. And so when that fence gets replaced, there's also the potential for NRCS money through the EQIP program to be able to help with that. And those, in those places where there's not sheep operations, where there's cattle operations, those fences will go back in. If they're part of that NRCS program, will go back in as wildlife friendly. And then the other thing I would add, and Dustin and his folks will be watching this, is, certainly when you're talking about that amount of ground, wildlife could be displaced as this habitat recovers to other places. And we don't know what that looks like yet, but it could have impacts on other landowners that were not affected directly by the fire. It could have effects on other public lands and other even WHMAs that the commission owns. So probably more to learn about this. The treatments, really the experts on these treatments don't feel like that they need to be done this fall. And in fact, that can be counter to doing sagebrush restoration, because this particular chemical works in the top, very shallow portion of the soil profile. And if you sprinkle a bunch of sagebrush seed out there and put this chemical on it, you can actually have the inverse effect, a bad effect on sagebrush. So probably looking at treatments this coming a year from now, like August, September timeframe, maybe a little bit earlier in some habitats, but there's a lot of agencies' effort, both federal and state, that are working towards trying to do the best we can to recover the area. So,
Director, a question I might ask. I understand that the governor has declared the state of Wyoming a disaster area. And that's mainly to help the ranchers and producers, farmers and things. Is that gonna play into helping with this fences and things like this that you're talking about? And is there any way that Game and Fish can utilize any of that capability?
yeah. So, Mr. President, good question. Way outside my area of expertise. I don't know what a disaster declaration does specific to fences. The rules are very different from like these NRCS rules for the EQIP program. So we're going to have to get back to you on that, because I wouldn't be able to answer that very intelligently.
Mr. President. So Director Nesbitt, did the reinstatement of that $250,000 for annual invasive grasses, do we want to do that in this meeting or in a future meeting?
My recommendation is that you do it in this meeting. It doesn't have to be done now, but it's here in front of us right now.
I can do it right now.
That'd be great.
Oh, perfect. All right. Mr. President, I'll move to reinstate the $250,000 for the annual invasive grasses.
$250,000 into an account for annual invasive grasses. Is there any further discussion?
No discussion. I've seen Meredith and she's not twitching too hard, so she must have a.
She
fund
should know
for it.
this is coming, I hope. Yeah.
Trusting she has this money that we're
Yeah.
moving.
Mr. President, is this for the money for this specific project, or is it a whole overall?
My recommendation is that this is just $250,000 that very similar to how it's been used in the past for invasive annual grasses without any sideboards on location.
I support. It's a good way to do it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
All right, any other questions specific to fires? Okay, I'll move on. So we just recently here 2 weeks ago had the opportunity to kick off this year's Leadership Development 1 program up at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. We had the senior leadership team up there with several new students for this year, new members of this cohort for leadership development. That's always a good opportunity for us to get together with those folks that are interested in self-development and looking at potential future opportunities for them, and as far as not only promotion, but learning new leadership skills. We did recently convene a second meeting of the Treatment of Predators Working Group. You may remember that in May, the Travel Recreation Wildlife Committee appointed a working group to look at the whole issue around potential statutory changes regarding how predatory animals are, regarding basically the Daniel incident and any changes that are necessary based on that. Received a lot of public comment, had several discussions. At the end of the day, the working group's charge was to make a recommendation back to the full TRW committee for their consideration at their September meeting, which will be, I think it's right at the end of this month, maybe the last day of the month. That recommendation will be for a new or a change to the Title VI cruelty to animals statute that is on the books now that essentially would make it illegal for a person who intentionally injures an animal to not immediately euthanize it. The other recommendation that group will make to TRW is to allow the authority in that Title VI statute for game wardens to enforce that particular provision. Currently, there are, it's very limited, the Title VI statutes that game wardens can enforce, and the committee felt like it was important for us, as well as other Wyoming law enforcement officers, to be able to enforce that particular provision. And so they'll be working on that, or they'll at least be making that recommendation to TRW. And then we'll see where it goes from there, and if the full committee decides to vote on that bill and pass it out as a committee bill to go to the regular session.
Mr.
Questions on that?
I do. Mr. President, I have a question, Commissioner or Director.
Mhm.
If TRW gets that bill put together and it gets to the session, what's the appropriateness of commissioners speaking to that bill?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, no, I think it's very appropriate. The way that there have been several bills in the past where we've seen some real benefit to the commission weighing in. And so my recommendation is that you work with Angie and the team to figure out what that looks like and how to go about that. We can certainly help with talking points, but I think, it's certainly appropriate.
Mr. President, I have just a quick question. It's Nesvik? Nesvik?
That would be correct. Yes, Commissioner Masters? Yeah, you're wearing a green jacket, Masters.
Touche, touche. Adding the enforcement, for that, euthanize an injured animal, to the wardens, is that going to impact do you see that as any sort of a significant impact in their law enforcement duties?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I do not. I mean, these incidents are so isolated and rare. I really do not. But I was very specific with the committee that I did not want any outcome to be game wardens responsible for enforcing Title VI, the whole title, very specific to this statute. We've got plenty to do without any other stuff. So
Thank you.
Director, and I think the rest of the commissioners are probably receiving it too, the emails that are coming in, the people that are doing the email, I don't see that they're being very happy with the way this is coming out, because of the fact of running animals down with a vehicle.
mhm.
How is that gonna get put to bed, or because I'm receiving a tremendous amount of traffic on that.
Yeah, so Mr. President, I don't know how that ends up coming out. I think that, it certainly was discussed by the working group. It's been discussed in a lot of the at TRW, and it's certainly been a topic that people have been talking about. The group did not feel comfortable moving forward with that. It's currently one of the narratives that's out there is that if this were to pass, it would legalize the use of snow machines to run down predatory animals. I mean, that exists right now, not a specific call out, but it's not illegal in current Wyoming law.
Right.
For somebody to do that. So, I don't feel that narrative is accurate, that this bill would authorize that. It's already legal. But like you said, I do know there's concern out there about it. The legislature's gonna have to grapple with that and how they want to address it. I can tell you at this point, there hasn't been anybody in the legislative body that wanted to come forward with anything yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so many of you I know have heard about our other excitement here last week with the discovery of anthrax for the first time in wildlife since 1956. There's been quite a bit of communication on that. I know that's come from our communications team to all of you, and that's gone out to the public. There was a public meeting in Elk Mountain. I think it was last Wednesday. Commissioner Brokaw attended that meeting, as well as some of our personnel, the local game warden, as well as Dr. Samantha Allen, our vet. So I feel good about where we're at with communications. I think that, at the end of the day, this is so far as everything we've been able to see or measure is very localized. There were at the meeting, cattle producers that are in the affected area were given some great counsel and advice on how to deal with it. It is with regards to livestock, it's very preventable vaccine and it's treatable if you can detect it early enough with antibiotics. As far as wildlife goes, we've only detected one moose that did test positive for having anthrax spores on it. That moose was destroyed in place, basically burned in place. There's been information that's been shared in the local area and with those landowners about, what the risks are, what the facts are behind touching wild animals that may have died from anthrax exposure. I think that, those landowners, now all this is on private land. We haven't detected anything on public land. And so those landowners are considering that when they decide how to manage their hunting this fall. And I think beyond that, we can certainly talk about the details of risk and how this thing works, but I feel like we're in a pretty good spot right now. Questions from the commission?
Mr. President, not a question, but to add to what the director presented, I was at that meeting and Dr. Allen, I just want to say publicly, Dr. Allen did a fantastic job. I was surprised there's about 200 people there. That's a pretty good turnout for our community. And certainly the people's concern was human health safety, more so than wildlife and livestock. And she just did an excellent job of keeping it calm, reassuring people it's going to be okay. And then when they got to the lesson of the night was you don't touch dead things. Just don't do it. And, here came some questions about, okay, so what's the matter if I'm going along and I find a dead deer in the creek and I'm fishing downstream? Is my fish going to give me anthrax? And Ryan Snell, that young game warden there, got up and he said he did an excellent job of just, you're going to call me, you're not going to touch dead things. That transmission of spores is extremely unlikely. You're going to call me, I'm going to get it, pick it up, we'll take care of it, and you just go about your day fishing. And both of our employees that were there just did fantastic. I just want to say that publicly. They did great.
Appreciate that feedback. Commissioner Masterson, you're just got your finger and you're shaking and you're like wanting to push the button.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out how much ignorance I want to show this morning.
We're used to it.
Yeah, yeah, but now it's public, it's being recorded. So if an animal is carrying anthrax and not dead, what advice is being given? If I'm hunting in the area where this moose was found, what caution is given to a hunter? What testing can be done? And perhaps I missed it. I'm sorry. I had to run back and ask a question, but I was wondering how did we find out that this moose had anthrax? What made somebody go test for it? Thank you.
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson. So the first thing is our guidance to folks is if it's sick, don't shoot it. And when an animal becomes infected with anthrax, a wild animal, it usually doesn't last very long. It's a fairly quick from exposure to dying. And so the best advice we can give hunters is don't shoot anything that looks sick. As far as, what do you do with an animal if you suspect after you've already harvested that it may have something bad? The advice is leave it alone and call the department. Don't anymore, leave it alone and go and get away from it and call the department. When the moose was located, it was actually fairly close to the town of Elk Mountain. And because this was in the area, our folks went up there, they wear full protective gear and a respirator to do this. But they sampled a dead moose and did all the right samples to figure out that it was positive. That's how that was discovered. It wasn't that we saw a sick moose and put it down and then discovered it. It was already dead.
It's, I just was wondering what led them to, hazmat up and go there and think, this might be anthrax, we need to go and approach it that way.
Yeah, there had already been some concerns
Oh,
with cattle in the
okay.
area. So because it was close to the cattle, that's why. It's my understanding anyway.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
All right.
You're done?
No, I
Or
got
do you
a
wanna
few more
carry
real
on?
quick here. So, usually ask about Rock Springs RMP. There has been, that document has been released and we're evaluating it now. The governor's office is evaluating it. The other agencies are looking at it. There's been some things that continue to be concerning with what we saw in there as far as protections where the science doesn't really indicate that there need to be extreme protections. But then also there's been some things that we thought were good, where essentially on protections with regards to migration corridors, it was deferred to the state, which is certainly what we have wanted all along. But there's going to be more to follow on this. We're still going through the document and trying to figure out where and how this is, going to affect our state and what response we might have to it. So I think the last thing I had was there's been some work that's been ongoing in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, just in the Wyoming portion of that ecosystem, with some really key partners, Forest Service, Grand Teton Park mainly, around looking at putting together a pretty large scale proposal to bring money in to do habitat work and fence work around those migration corridors that are in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And a lot of interest from those federal agencies, and obviously from us. We culminated this work recently with a meeting between us and Governor Gordon and Undersecretary Robert Bonney, and to see what opportunities might be out there. In addition to this work, kind of alongside and parallel, there's been a request from the local land trust up in that part of the world to request additional conservation easement money, $25 million worth in what's called an RCCP, which is a fancy acronym for a way to get money to do conservation easements. And there'll be more to follow on this, but there's a lot of enthusiasm and momentum behind doing a bunch of cool work in those places that we've done work, the commission, to identify all these wildlife movements, and also areas where our field people have done a lot of work to help identify those corridors. And then also locally, those forest offices have done a tremendous amount of work to identify where there's a need, where there's project needs, habitat work that needs to be done. And so there'll be more to follow on this, but I'm pretty excited by it. Angie's been involved recently, and so she'll be able to carry the torch on this. With that, Mr. President, I think I am done. Barring any questions.
Mr.
Anybody?
President, I just got to, while you're here, Mr. Director, I want to compliment that I got the opportunity to go down the Green River and look at all the different boat ramps for the drift boats and all the facilities and stuff, and very clean, very well. My highest regards to the services divisions. The signs, the game and fish signs were beautifully put up. They're maintained. It was very enlightening for the public to see. So I just want to compliment all the people that have anything to do with the Green River and all the way down through that. Thank you on behalf of the public.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Appreciate it. All right.
That's it. Thank you.
Yep.
Deputy Director Wiltanger.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. Next on your agenda item is approval of 2025 commission meeting and dates and locations, including January of 26. There is a copy in your notebook. I guess before I should start, this is director's last commission meeting, and I just want it to be noted on the record that it's been successful already because Meredith had a heads up about the ask from a fiscal standpoint, and the director has not fired me yet. So we're going to go with this meeting was successful. There is. So if you want me to, I'll go through each date, January 16th and 17th. And I have a little asterisk there because normally, I don't know if you've forgotten about John Kennedy, our friend. He normally gets this approved last year whenever he did commission meetings, but we did not get this one. So January 16, 17 will be the January commission meeting in Cheyenne. March 19th and 20th in Cody. April 22nd and 23rd in Casper. May 20 and 21st, commission retreat at Whiskey Mountain. July 15, 16 in Evanston. September 9th and 10th in Laramie. November 5th and 6th in Lander. And January 2026, 13 and 14. With that, I'll stand for questions and ask for your approval of the future commission meeting dates.
Mr. Brokaw?
Mr. President, that March 19th just doesn't work for me. Oh, wait. I'll be retired by then. I guess, go ahead.
Yeah, I have the same attitude. Any further discussion?
Mr. President,
Yes,
I
sir.
move to approve the dates and locations for the commissioner meetings in 25 and January 26.
Second, Mr. President.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the following year's commission meetings. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, sir.
You made it. Joshua Moulton. License section manager.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, Commission members. I'm here today to discuss the cancellation of Flaming Gorge Market. This agent was late 4 times between January and June. Most recent occurrence was $14,738.50. They were already on ACH. Funds were not present at the time of attempted withdrawal. They have not objected to this cancellation or shown any intent to remain an agent. With that, I'll stand for questions and ask the department to approve the cancellation of Flaming Gorge Market.
Any questions, comments?
Mr. President, perhaps this is for Commissioner Roberts. I'm wondering what impact would it have? Are there other facilities that will pick up this licensed traffic? Is there any reason to believe that this licenses that are sold in that area?
The licenses sold in that area are licenses that are available through our online system, of course. There would be a customer service aspect to it. There's the other agent in that area is kind of on the other side. So they are positioned in quite of a unique spot there. But yes, ultimately they're unable to meet their payments. So.
Commissioner Robert?
Mr. President, I would so move to cancel the license agent agreement with Flaming Gorge Market in Manila, Utah.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to cancel the license for Flaming Gorge Market in Manila, Utah. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passed. Chief Osterlin. Update on SPEES and whatever else.
Good morning, President, Commissioners. Director Nesvik, yes, I'm going to give you a couple of brief presentations. First off on the SPEES cool water hatchery update. Lot been going on. The crews are working hard with Macmillan, the engineering firm on that. As I mentioned last time, bioprogramming was going on. It's still going on, a reaching end of it. And again, a little reminder what that is. It's just looking at what there's going to be needed as far as capacity and tanks for raising all the species that we want to raise and all the brood stocks that we want to raise there for future planning out into the waters of the state. So that's looking good. Recall, we're looking at black crappie, white crappie, largemouth bass, tiger muskie, sauger, walleye, and those 7 species. Right now, we're at about, I believe, 28% design. The timeline we're looking at for the future, 50% design by January, summer 2025. We should be at 100% design and then looking at sending out the bids. And then the spring of 2026, construction will start. So everything's going well. Recently, I think as of last week or no, last week, the crew had sat down with Macmillan and looking at interior design options. That includes everything from wall coverings to the flooring options, and mostly, you know, what you're going to be seeing is concrete. But the crews are looking at working with Macmillan to see if there's any cost savings they can do. Concrete's expensive right now, and putting gravel in locations where they don't feel concrete is needed. So they're working hard trying to keep that cost down. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Clarification. Did the commission set aside the entirety of that cost, or did we put a chunk of money to that? Where are we at on our finances for SPEES?
So President Ladwick, Commissioner Brokaw. So as you might recall, the commission okayed utilizing 2.5 million for the engineering and construction oversight of the project, which we came in a little under that on that bid with Macmillan. So we're in a good shape there. And the rest of the 15 million that you approved for the project will go into the construction phase of things.
But that money's set aside already.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would note, Mr. President, you forgot to say smallmouth bass.
President Ladwick, Commissioner Roberts, no comment.
Okay, any further discussion? Next subject. Auburn Fish Hatchery Project, House Project.
President Ladwick, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. So asked to give an update of where we're at on the Auburn hatchery house. So we're progressing well with that. I'll give a little background. You know, this was a project that was attached to the Jackson Housing Project. We decided to pull that off of the short coattails of that and run it out on its own. We had looked at doing modular construction type such as we did in Jackson. The cost of that seemed to be prohibitive. Our hatchery managers and supervisors felt that they could do a better job, get a lower bid. So that's what we did. We went out, we looked at trying to get a lower price for that and looking at a stick construction on that. So we do have a company that has been signed the contract. The contract is now in the AG's office. As soon as it's fully executed, the bond is cleared by the SCD. We will schedule a pre-construction meeting. So we're headed down the path fairly well. New Pre-Construction is a company that has got the contract. and that contract price is for $891,000.
What was the price with the modular? Do you remember?
I believe it
Comparison.
was 1.6 million,
Half price.
President.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? Thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
Don Baby, Deputy Chief. Services.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. Doing our usual Jackson Housing Project update. Wanted to go through just a few things with you. So we're still on track. Our substantial completion date is still set for the end of October. We have the water and sewer lines all in the ground. The grading, topsoil, and fencing have all been completed. And they continue to work on finishing up the homes. We do have 3 major things with the project that have hit some form of delay. The first one is the power to the water well line. That is still underway. We're working with Lower Valley Energy to get that accomplished in the next few weeks. The sewer line connection with the school district is still ongoing. We've got an agreement ready to go and in place, ready for their signature. They've had a few added layers of approval that they need to go through on their end in order to sign the document so we can move forward. They're working pretty diligently on their end to try to get that accomplished by September 17th. The other item is the asphalt paving for the site. That is on the docket and scheduled for the first week of October. So starting on September 30th. We had a minor delay there. The subcontractor moved to another job and then has come back. So we had intended on getting that accomplished a few weeks back, but we're on schedule. So those are the 3 items that we're dealing with right now. I'm optimistic that we'll get those accomplished on time. But as we get closer to the end of this project, if we don't see some headway on any of those items, it could cause maybe a minor delay here or there. But other than that, the project is going well. The houses look great. They're just doing the finishing touches on those. And I'm hoping and expecting to have a final update on this project in November. That I take any questions.
Mr. President, question for Sean. Sean, what's our anticipated move-in date?
We are intending to get employees moved in November 1st. Or sometime after that, shortly.
Any further discussion? Sounds like it's moving on. I hope this sewer connection, that's the thing that sounds like it's scary to me.
Mr. President, yeah, that's our biggest concern at the moment. We're doing everything we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Hall? There's a big title. I'm not going to read it all.
That's fine. Hi. I think I've got some slides. Thanks. So President Ladwig, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, my name is Ember Hall. I supervise the department's Science, Research, and Analytical Support Unit. And today I have the very distinct pleasure of sharing with you an update on a longstanding, highly productive science partnership that we maintain with the Wyoming Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit. Odds are this is not going to work because it never did. Oh, it did. Look at that. Okay. So the Wyoming Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit is part of a nationwide network of cooperative research units. And those units that span the country have 2 key points to their mission. One is to enhance graduate education for those students aspiring to work in fisheries and wildlife sciences. And the second is to facilitate research activities that are relevant to management agencies, and in particular, facilitate that connection between the university and the state management agency. There are currently 42 units across 40 states, And each unit kind of has its own brand of partnership, but all of the units have some role with the U.S. Geological Survey or USGS, as well as a host university. In our case, that's the University of Wyoming, at least one or more resource management agency that's part of the state, as well as sort of a fundraising support organization that's known as the Wildlife Management Institute. So I'll give you just a little bit of background. The co-op unit system has been around for some time. In fact, the first unit was started in 1932 by this rather insistent political cartoonist known as Ding Darling. If that name rings a bell, it wouldn't surprise me. So Ding Darling received not one, but 2 Pulitzer Prizes for his work. He was also a founding member of the National Wildlife Federation and was eventually nominated to be the director of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, though it was sort of an earlier iteration of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So certainly a very established conservation career for Mr. Darling. In 1932, when a lot of his ideas were coming to fruition around the co-op unit system, he was actually sitting in a chair quite similar to President Ladwig's. So he was chairing what was then the Iowa Fish and Game Commission. And just to kind of give you a sense for the happenings at the time, the wildlife conservation field as we know it today was really just starting to flourish. And so from his perch in the Iowa Fish and Game Commission, Mr. Darling realized, oh my, we do not have the science available to us to address these conservation challenges that we're trying to take care of. And we don't have the trained professionals that are going to be able to implement the management that needs to happen or the administration of these management units. So he took that issue and he reached out to his fellow commissioners. And he also reached out to some colleagues at then Iowa State College, it's now Iowa State University, and said, I've got an idea. And my idea here is that I want to host a unit, a small work unit here at Iowa State College where you can leverage all the academic resources, but I want to partner it really closely with these state management agencies so that we're ensuring that the universities are answering questions that are relevant to management. He put sort of his own finances on the line, so to speak. So he pledged $9,000, $3,000 in each of 3 years to see through the success of his idea. Now, those of you that are students of history might realize mid-1930s, that is right in the middle of the Great Depression. So $9,000 even today is a fair bit of money. At that time, he could have purchased a 100-acre farm in Iowa and moved on with his life. But instead, he decided to invest in this really novel, really innovative idea. And we're all very glad that he did. Fast forward, what is that, 90 some odd years later, and the co-op unit system is both going strong and, as we said earlier, expanded nationwide. So I'll talk just a little bit about the unit that we are lucky to work with here in Wyoming. So our unit consists of 3 USGS scientists. So these are scientists that are paid with federal dollars, as well as 1 University of Wyoming scientist that has sort of a partial affiliation with the unit. So I'll just step through those 3 federal scientists quickly. The unit is led by Dr. Matt Kaufman. He is, of course, the unit leader. And he is supported by Dr. Anna Shalfoon, who is an assistant unit leader, as well as Dr. Annika Walters, who is also an assistant unit leader. Kevin Monteith, who I think probably most of you are familiar with his work from past presentations, he has sort of a partial affiliation with the unit. The unit is also supported by 2 administrative staff, Vanessa and Plum, who I'm very confident nothing would happen in the unit without those 2 wonderful administrative support folks. So as with all units, the Wyoming unit works with graduate students to address projects that sort of answer some sort of management question or management need that we have. And just to kind of help you understand some of the things that the unit faculty think about, I'll step you through each of those 3 federally supported scientists. So the first, Dr. Matt Kaufman, he thinks a lot about ungulate populations and specifically about how they move and how they migrate across landscapes. Dr. Anna Shalfoon, she thinks quite a bit about trying to understand the habitats that our sensitive wildlife species need, why those habitats are important, and how we can maybe go about conserving them. And then the third, Dr. Annika Walters, she focuses a lot of her efforts on our aquatic and fisheries resources, often thinking about those fish of sort of conservation need or those fish that rise to the list of a conservation of concerned species. So Dr. Kaufman thinks about ungulates, Dr. Shalfoon thinks about non-game species, and Dr. Walters thinks about aquatic and fisheries resources. I thought it might be helpful to give you a couple of examples of the projects that we have partnered on in the past with the unit faculty. So I've got 2 examples to share with you. The first is some work that we did in cooperation with Dr. Shalfoon on the American pika. That's the animal that's pictured on the left-hand side of your screen. I also like to call it the world's cutest mammal. So pikas were, about a decade ago, a species of really high management concern, in particular across their range. So we have populations here in Wyoming, but they are a species that you find across the Intermountain West. And there was a lot of concern about them because of what we call upslope range retractions. But basically, as conditions were becoming warmer and drier, we were seeing the pikas sort of march their way up the top of the mountain in search of these colder environments, which they need to survive. The concern here was that they're going to sort of work their way up to the top of the mountain. They're going to run out of room, and we're going to have an endangered species on our hands. So there was a petition to list the species that came through. The non-game program with Game and Fish said, we need to learn a whole lot more about what is going on with this species and its sort of unique ecological requirements. And so together with the co-op unit, the non-game program, they dove in to try to get some additional information. And in the process of that work, we were able to document not only some very interesting range-wide distributions within the state, we were able to locate some kind of unique populations. We also found habitat characteristics that were really important to their survival and ensuring their continued survival. And we were able to test how resilient they were to some of these warmer, drier conditions. And what we ultimately found was that while there certainly can be concerns about the species on the tail ends of its range, in Wyoming, we weren't seeing those same upslope range retractions. Actually, the populations were doing relatively well. So we use this information not only to respond to listing petitions at the time, but also to help inform what's called the Department's State Wildlife Action Plan. That action plan is the guiding document that we use to think about non-game species, and in particular, to guide not only some of our conservation efforts, but also our funding priorities as well. So in a similar vein, the Fish Division partnered with Dr. Annika Walters to evaluate the importance of groundwater streams to Snake River cutthroat populations. And the question here was really trying to understand what's the contribution of these groundwater resources to our Snake River cutthroat fisheries. And what they found was that not only were groundwater streams really important for juvenile reproduction, a lot of those main stem adults were actually associated with tributaries that had high groundwater contribution to their overall resource. This in turn has helped the Fish Division as well as the regional biologists prioritize some of our on-the-ground habitat restoration work for fish. And I should actually pause here and say I am not a fisheries biologist, and I want to thank Dr. Walters for providing this slide. And we may have reached the limit of what I know about fish. So if you have any questions, I may have to refer them to Chief Osterland. Okay, so you'll remember when we were talking about the history of the units, there were sort of these 2 mandates, right? There's the go out and do good science on behalf of our management agencies, but then there's also this training of professionals. And this is a space where the unit really excels. So they, on average, well, they sort of meet that mandate by training graduate students. And on average, over the last 6 years, the unit has had 22 master's or PhD students, and that's 22 students per year. That's a pretty high graduate student load, to be honest. And to be clear, these students' programs are not easy. So in addition to completing the coursework that's associated with a master's or a PhD degree, they also write a either 2 to 3 chapter thesis or a 3 to 5 chapter dissertation that details their original scientific work on behalf of the management questions that they're pursuing. And then for PhD students, they also complete a week of written comprehensive exams, as well as an extensive oral exam. So there's a lot going on with these students. And over the past 6 years, the unit has had 2 students that did not complete their entire program. That is a tremendous testament both to the quality of students that we're able to recruit into this program, as well as the quality and support that they are getting from the faculty that they're partnering with. So very impressive. Following with that, if you think back to Ding Darling's vision of sort of generating these resource professionals that can then help and support the resource management needs, we see strong placement of these students from the Wyoming Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit into resource management agencies. So Dr. Walters has about a 70% placement of her students into resource agencies. Now, that's not all with Game and Fish. That can be with other resource management organizations as well. And Dr. Shalfoon has a very strong placement record as well at about 40% of her students. And I should actually add there, the Game and Fish Department has specifically benefited from bringing on co-op trained students. 20% of the staff in the Science Research and Analytical Support Unit, the unit that I work with, graduated out of the Wyoming Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit. And we just hired Ashley Ray as a district biologist in the Cody region. She is also out of the co-op unit. So we're certainly enjoying some of those benefits. All right, well, cultivating some of these strong science partnerships and recruiting these really high caliber students depends on strong sort of co-development of projects. And that starts with the department. So the department sets the research questions, those management questions that really rise to the top that require some science support. That is set by the department. That individual process sort of varies by division, and I won't get into those details here. But essentially, the department identifies these information needs, and then they work with unit faculty to develop detailed proposals. Sort of, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? How are we going to answer these questions? The projects in specific have to answer a management need or a management question, and they also have to be suitable for a student. And not all research projects are suitable for students. Those that aren't suitable, we sort of handle through other pathways and channels. In this process, we identify deliverables, we identify shared goals, we decide if we need a master's or a PhD level student to come onto the project, and we figure out basically the details of how we're going to get it done. The department and your budget specifically contains an annual allocation of $440,000 for the unit. $200,000 of that is allocated for the wildlife division. $200,000 of that is allocated for the fish division, and $40,000 is for what we call unit operating expenses. So these unit operating expenses are basically to cover sort of the day-to-day operations of the unit. The unit, while being housed at the University of Wyoming, does not actually receive an operating budget from the university. So that $40K is really intended to help them with all of their sort of associated operating needs. Now, a little bit of a comment here, that $200,000 that's for fish and the $200,000 that's for wildlife, the department does maintain flexibility to allocate that money to other faculty and other universities if that's the place that we need to go to secure expertise. But in general, that money tends to go to the Wyoming Cooperative Research Unit. Okay, a note here about what's called overhead. And I'll just say, if you are not motivated by the science that we're producing, and if you're not motivated by the caliber of students that we're recruiting, this is pretty cool. And it's rare that I say a fiscal agreement is pretty cool, but this is pretty cool. So typically when we partner with academic institutions, this is industry standard. Those academic institutions, in order to recoup some of their indirect costs, phones, copy machines, those sorts of things, they charge an overhead or an indirect cost recovery rate. That can range anywhere from 15 to 40%, depending on the agreement that you have, depending on the academic institution, all of those sorts of things. That may not sound like a lot, but when you think about the money that it takes to answer some of these management questions, it actually kind of adds up, right? So if you were to give a $400,000 grant to an academic institution at a 25% overhead rate, I know we can all do math, but just to illustrate the point, that's $100,000 that is going towards sort of university operations and not going straight to the project that you may be intending to support. With the memorandum of agreement that we have with the co-op unit, we pay $0 in overhead expenses. So if you were to allocate $400,000 to a co-op unit faculty, all $400,000 go to the implementation of that work, which is pretty exciting. Doesn't mean we shouldn't pursue work with other faculty if we need to, but this is certainly a tremendous bonus. All right, so in addition to that money that we discussed, that $440,000 that sits in your budget, we also have worked with faculty over the last several years to allocate additional one-time funds. And these can be one-time funds that are associated with any number of projects. So for example, The pica work that I showed you, that was funded through our state wildlife grants program, which is something that the non-game program and in collaboration with several other folks have oversight over. But one of the really neat things is that with that money that is allocated through these one-time allowances, the co-op unit has managed to match those funds over the last 6 years by almost 6 times, so 5.9 times, which is a pretty substantial match and a pretty impressive number. Over the past year, we have worked with the co-op unit in some form on 28 different projects and with the help and support of 20 students. Just a few examples of that. We're currently working on wrapping up some great gray owl ecology work with the non-game program. We're also thinking about the effects of landscape development on sagebrush songbirds, again, with the non-game program. We just initiated a project on pygmy rabbit distributions. That is in particular in response to a petition to list pygmy rabbits. And then we have a couple of big game projects that are also ongoing. One of those is trying to evaluate and understand different migration strategies in the red desert mule deer herd and how we can best manage to support that portfolio of approaches to migration that those animals have. And then finally, we're wrapping up a project that's looking at the effects of wind energy development on pronghorn. Once a project is up and running, there's lots of different ways that we continue to partner with students to ensure their success. Our field staff engage with them as much as is allowable and makes sense given their other responsibilities. This piece is really important. There isn't a field biologist out there that doesn't have such extensive and fruitful knowledge of their system that they can't be helpful to a student. So this piece, in my mind, is incredibly important to our successful collaboration. In some cases, there may be a department representative that also takes a role on that graduate student committee. That doesn't always happen, but sometimes it does. And then 2 last pieces to highlight for you. Each year, the students have sort of an annual student research showcase. If during your tenure as commissioners, you have an opportunity to attend that, it's in Laramie every year. It is really an incredible opportunity to learn about the work that the students are doing. They present 5-minute lightning talks that are all very they're focused at a very high level and they're really lots of fun. So I encourage you, if you have a chance during your tenure to see one of those, that you certainly try to attend. There's also an annual cooperators meeting. Deputy Director Bruce is our official representative to the cooperators group, but there also contains representatives from 4 of the other cooperating agencies. The partnership that we have with the Wyoming Co-op unit is unique and it's special and it's highly productive. I will also say that it is not without its hiccups, much like any long-standing relationship. The co-op unit has had to correct some things and make some things right that they got wrong. We've had some oversights and have had to correct some things that we have gotten wrong. And I think one of the refreshing pieces for me is that in every one of these cases, all of the partners valued the relationship enough to come to the table, figure it out, and make sure that we could continue to be productive in this space. So a really great partnership overall, and one that I think will continue to serve the department well as we move forward into the future. All right, that's what I had for you today. And I'll take any questions if there are any.
Commissioner Brokaw?
Thank you, Mr. President. Amber, you mentioned there was the department and the university, and then there was another piece of fundraising over here. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, yes, there is an organization that's called the Wildlife Management Institute. I'm sort of loosely referring to them in a fundraising role. They're really an administrative support role, including some funding support for all co-op units across the country.
Mr. President, Robert, when you, basically, anywhere you look is going to be a disturbance. So how do you determine, how does the unit determine, how do they prioritize what direction they're going to go into?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, that's a tricky question. Really, a lot of it leans very heavily on the prioritization that the department has given them. So as our biologists are looking at the landscape and the disturbances associated with a particular species, we're really guiding a lot of that prioritization process. And then a lot of it also depends on what are the unanswered questions out there. Can we draw things from the literature that help support what those biggest information gaps really are and how we address them? Did that get at your question?
Yeah, I mean, you just see a project like the Snake River groundwater or whatever and the cutthroat restoration. How does that come about? I mean, that's just kind of what, how do you decide to put your efforts into that instead of something different is what I'm kind of.
Yeah, it's a hard question, right? Like there's so many places where our information needs are just overwhelming sometimes, honestly, when you look at them. And so it's really sort of as the department prioritizes, and it's also leaning a little bit on the expertise that the faculty have, right? Like if we're going to work with the unit, we need to work in sort of the lanes where they also have expertise.
Commissioner Masterson?
Mr. President, thank you very, very much. And if you can help clarify a couple things for me. Commissioner Brokaw, I asked you, and you talked about Wildlife Management Institute.
Mhm.
Is that a private entity?
That's a good question. So President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, I believe it is an NGO, but I would have to refer to Director Nesvik.
Yeah, it's a non-governmental organization and it is nonprofit. And it's been in existence since the early 1900s. It's one of the oldest, it is the oldest conservation NGO. Good outfit. They partner a lot with the states and with the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. We've done work with them as an agency, so.
I mean, given the number of states that are involved in this is massive, and I just never heard of them, and so I was curious who they are. The federal funds come from, do you know what department? Is it USGS?
Yeah, so President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, yes. So the co-op units themselves sit within the U.S. Geological Survey, which of course is part of the Department
Right.
of the Interior.
Right, okay. And the last thing was just a request. You talked about the student research showcase. If you can get word to us of when those take place, I'm sure if any of us are available, we'd love to come down.
Absolutely. It would be a delight to have you, and we'll make sure that gets to you. It's usually in April.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further questions or comments? What a magnificent amount of information and really neat information of what's going on with the working with the animals and all the way up to helping the people of Wyoming understand. What a job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Might as well take a break. I think at this time we'll take a break till 10:30. Joshua, are you in the audience? There you are. You're back up. Talking about chapter 44.
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, Commission members, here to discuss the proposed change to Chapter 44. Change to the reciprocity stamp, going from a calendar year license to a 365-day license. This would run in continuity with the way that we do our licenses and also with the way that Utah does their licenses. So really just a customer service thing where folks can go ahead and get those in conjunction and not run into the need to go out and renew on January 1 if they're ice fishing or anything like that. So there were 8 in-person public meetings to discuss changes to Chapter 28. A public comment forum was made available, and there was a total of 11 people that submitted comments on the changes. None of these comments were related to the proposed change that we're discussing here today. With that, I'll stand for questions and ask the commission to vote to approve the revised Chapter 44 regulation for issuance of licenses, permits, stamps, tags, preference points, and competitive raffle chances as proposed.
Before the vote. Okay, any questions for Joshua? We have one public comment before we vote. Dan Cura. Would you like to make your comment?
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, Commissioners, my name is Dan Cura, and I'm the co-founder of an organization, Hunting with Heroes. We take disabled veterans hunting in Wyoming. And I'm going to make this quick because I don't know you guys are on schedule and want to get back to the debate tonight. On the section 25B that you're changing, you all have a copy of that? The line they're putting in one line, it says no license, permit, stamp tag, preference point, or competitive raffle chance shall be transferred to another person. That concerns us, but we use donated licenses that are reissued. And I'm a little concerned that reissued and transferred could be considered the same. And if you approve this, and that's the case, then the donated license program could go away. And that's what I'm requesting today. You guys consider that.
Director?
Yeah, so Dan, the donated license program, this actually is currently illegal in current law to transfer a license to another person. And so that program allows a person to donate their license back to the department.
Right.
And then the department issues it to another person.
Right.
So this would not, this change would not in any way preclude that process from continuing because it actually doesn't transfer a license to another person. It brings it back to the department. Department starts all over again. I realize it's semantics, but that's the way the law works.
Even though the statute says a reissue.
Exactly. It is being
It's
reissued,
reissued from you,
not transferred.
Not transferred.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That's all I need from you guys. Thank you.
Mr. President, question.
ahead.
Just some more clarification. So a lot of the public comments, or not public comments. Some of the email I got is chapter 44 is open and you're not addressing the landowner tag issuance. Can we have just the director or Josh clarify that that's another matter, another time? Today, we're just considering the reciprocal stamp portion.
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask for wildlife to help me, but here's my understanding and tell me if I'm wrong, Chief King. That issue is coming back to the commission at the November meeting based on the direction we received from the commission at the March commission meeting. Come on up, Mike.
Mr. President, members of the commission, director, you're correct. In November, the department will come back with an update on the landowner license topic for consideration and ask for final direction. But the time frame for final action on the landowner license piece of chapter 44 would likely come before the commission in July of 25 to go into effect January of 26.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Seeing no discussion, no more public input. Move. Oh, him.
Discussion.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yes, that's right. It's your worst nightmare. Just to clarify, and this may be for Mike Choma, what's going to come back to us in November will be draft regs, or will they be, is that correct? Or anticipated to be draft regs in November, or further discussion of a direction, or can you help me understand that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, that's correct. You'll see some drafting of regulation language that we've incorporated from all of the previous discussions with the commission on the landowner license topic. We want to get some additional conversation at that time in November and then move forward with concurrence of the commission for a final drafting of a regulation that would come for final action at the July meeting.
And as Mike described, that allows for another public comment process.
That's correct.
With that said, Mr. President, I'm ready to move chapter 44 as the department's recommended.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve chapter 44 as recommended. Is there any further discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Mr. Weber.
All right, Mr. President, members of the commission and Director Nesvik. This morning, the department has 3 separate property rights projects for your consideration. I'd like to start off with a new public access area on the Paposia River east of Lander. So this map here shows the location we'd like to have a new public access lease with the Office of State Lands and Investments between Lander and Hudson on Highway 789. You can see Highway 789 running east to west across that map there. You can see the green road running over to a parking area and a primitive boat launch. And I'll show this blown up a little closer in just a minute so you can see the details of it. But this, everything highlighted in blue is Office of State Lands and Investments property. It's about 247 acres in size. So how this whole project started out, our local regional staff were approached by the local chapter of Trout Unlimited, and they were wanting the department to look for safe access to the Paposia River in this location. This is the only access point between Lander and Hudson for the public to access. We want to put in an access road, parking area, and primitive boat launch. We'll allow safe access to Highway 789 for the public and lessen impacts to the lessee for state land. So there is a current lessee of the state land parcel here. The issue we have is that the public can access the property currently, but there's a gate they have to go through to get there. And there's been issues in the past of the gate being left open by the public and cattle getting on the highway. It's a controlled access highway by YDOT, so we definitely don't want to have that situation going on. So if we have a separate approach for the public to use to get up to this location on the river, lessens that impact and the issues with cattle and gates being shut and everything else. So talking about the funding of it, we're looking at a 25-year special use lease with the Office of State Lands and Investments with an upfront payment of $67,644.83. So typically OSLI requires yearly payments that graduate every year throughout the term of the lease. But this one, we got them to work with us to do amortize the entire payment up to a one-time payment at the beginning. We think this is a benefit to the department because we can use our conservation stamp access funds for that entire cost. And then it just helps us to reduce the cost over the term of the lease as well. We also reached out to Paposia Anglers Club and they've pledged to contribute $8,186.85, leaving $59,457.98 in commission funds. And I wish there were round numbers, but they are not. So I have to read them up to the penny every time. The state lands will contribute 50% of the estimated $15,000 needed for the road, parking lot, and primitive boat launch costs. The reason they're doing that is because it's a benefit to the lessee out there to keep the public in one location for access, instead of having people driving all over the place on the property. And we also reached out to Fremont County, and they are on board with this project. They think it's good for the public, and they sent us a letter of support that allows us to use those conservation stamp access funds for the project. Here's just a blown up picture of the area. You can see the access road running off of Highway 789 and then the parking area and just a primitive boat launch right there on the property. We applied with YDOT to get a new approach permit and it's been approved by YDOT as well. And so that's location of the parking area and boat launch. So in this area on state lands and in the river, there's rainbow and brown trout. There's sauger and whitefish for fishing. There's also hunting for deer, waterfowl, small game, and upland birds. And really, the big issue is that at some point, if the conflicts with the lessee and the public trying to access this property, the other location, which is a field approach, if that continues, state lands could close the entire property off for public use. So we think this is a good project that has outside funders and as well as the commission to pay for the cost of it. So at this time, the department is recommending the commission vote to approve the 25-year special use lease for a total cost of $59,457.98 and approve the allocation of conservation stamp access funds for the acquisition. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
According to also in that ask is not the half of the 15,000 that's gonna take to do the road and stuff?
Yes, Mr. President. So we have money in our existing standard budget for that cost. And so we don't need any additional funds for the commission for it.
Any other questions?
You answered my question. I was wondering where the 15,000 come from.
Commissioner Brokaw?
Mr. President, yeah, I appreciate Fremont County writing a letter of support. Did they feel enough? Did you feel them out, Roy, for some fund contribution? Could they help us out some?
No, Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw, we didn't reach out to them. We don't typically ask for that with this request. We typically just ask for their support of the project to fulfill the statute to use those funds. I mean, in the future, we could reach out to them to see if some of these other counties want to contribute. I'm not sure that they would, but we could reach out and find out.
And it's our job, I recognize that, but it's always nice to have partners, financial partners.
Mhm.
And my next question, Mr. President Roy, where do we stand with that Access Yes Fund account? Because it seems like we're hitting it a lot.
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, those funds we checked, and it's actually conservation stamp access funds. It's not Access Yes, but those funds we checked on it as of August 31st, there's $911,000 in there.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Roy, how much use is this going to be utilized on this? Do we have an idea just how many people are going to utilize this?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, I don't know the exact number of people that would use it. I know people do use it currently. And because it's the only access point to the river between Lander and Hudson, and we don't really have an access point in the river in Lander currently, we'd like to work towards that. We think it will be used quite a bit for hunting and for fishing.
Is the river can a lot of boats go down through there?
Yes, the boats do use that and they could go down the river, especially in springtime when there's a lot of water coming down.
When I drove by it, it'd be pretty tough right now.
Right now, yeah.
But they do, okay. And then I guess I was under the impression the whole time it was under tribal management in that area, so.
This tract is not, this is state land, yep.
Mr. President,
Yes.
maybe Fremont County would help us with access somewhere in the Lander area. I agree with Commissioner Brokaw that and to me, the worst they could do is say no if you ask somebody for a little assistance. So you do this, you deal with these people, but I would encourage you to consider at least making an ask of some contribution of some sort going forward. Just my thoughts, but you've been doing this longer than I have, and if you also don't want to alienate anyone.
Sure.
So that leaves me with one final question. 25-year lease from state lands. Any reason why it's not 50 or 99 or I mean, just seems, to everybody's benefit. Why is it 25 years?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson. State lands can do special use leases up to 75 years. They offered us a 25-year special use lease in this case. And it kind of made sense for us to, sometimes you want to test the waters out to see if it makes sense to do it long-term.
Mhm.
And so it's kind of a middle range for some of those special use leases. It kind of made sense, the timeline for us.
Okay, I mean, you see my point. I mean, if we're gonna spend this, and I'm all for it. I'm in complete support of this. I just, was wondering if it was state lands that said, no, you can't have more than 25. We're gonna let you spend all this money here, but we'll only give you 25 years.
And I guess Mr. President, I do have a question. And back to the $15,000. Now, you says that we have it in our already, we have it?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, the Habitat and Access branch has money in their budget for these types of projects. And so we don't need additional funds for the commission to pay for it.
So we're actually, the department's gonna be paying more than $59,000 for, I mean, we're gonna add 15,000 on that too, so it's not.
Yeah,
it's a
well,
pretty good-
7,500 more, yes.
Yeah,
There's a partner that's gonna pay half of that.
right. And that's what, land or state? Gonna pay, okay.
Any further discussion? Their motion?
Mr. President, I would move to approve the special use lease as outlined. I'm trying to think, as outlined. I would move to approve the 25-year special use lease for access to the Poposia River east of Lander for the total cost of $59,457.98 using conservation stamp access funds for this acquisition.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve this. Approve this proposal. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Next, I want to talk about two permanent access easements we'd like to acquire to get to 2 units in northern Albany County. So these 2 units we have are just kind of southeast of the Mule Creek Ranch we acquired back in May. This is the Laramie Peak WHMA, which is highlighted in red on this map, and the Pinto Creek Hunter Management Area, which is enrolled in access, yes, on the shaded portion on the west side there. So we're looking at, I'll talk about the Laramie Peak WHMA first, and looking at access road to the northern portion of the WHMA. This access road has been used through a public verbal agreement with the Hall Ranch LLC since 1971. Hall Ranch has agreed to grant a permanent easement from Palmer Canyon Road for $5,000. That's a one-time payment for that. And we've applied for grant funds from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to cover that entire cost to the landowner, and those grants have been approved. So very appreciative the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for their help with this one. Here's just a map that shows the location. You have Palmer Canyon Road running from the southwest up to the north on the map there. And then the access road running over to the shaded area, the red shaded area for the Laramie Peak WHMA. And then you have the Pinto Creek Hunter Management Area. This is access to the northern portion of what's called the Mariah Ranch, also known as the Pinto Creek Hunter Management Area. State Lands purchased this ranch years back for their trust land management process. And so now it's enrolled in access, yes, for hunter access. Significantly benefits the access to the 9,200 acre property. The Hall Ranch has agreed to grant a permanent easement from Garrett Road for $5,000 for that. And basically this access road will cut down the amount of travel people have to do. So there's access to the southern portion of the ranch, but this is the northern side of it. So they'd have to walk a pretty long distance, a couple miles to get up to this location from the southern portion of the ranch. And so we've applied for grant funds from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to cover that $5,000 cost, and that's been approved as well. So that cost is covered. Here is a map that shows the location. This is Garrett Road running north to south. And then the access road kind of highlighted in yellow. It's kind of hard to see on that map, but over to the Pinto Creek Hunter Management Area on the west side there. So we think this is a great project and very thankful, like I said, to Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for their help with it. The big thing with this one is that the Hall Ranch, it's nice to have verbal agreements with landowners, but if they ever sell the property or they decide it's not gonna work for them anymore, that goes away. If we can get a permanent easement at the courthouse for these, we're covered no matter what happens. So it's very important to get this locked up. So at this time, the department recommends the commission vote to approve the acquisition of both permanent easements on property owned by the Hall Ranch at no cost to the commission.
I would.
Mr. President, I have a question. Roy, both of these look to be pretty wild areas. And our access road across that private land, great acquisition. But then we hit the fence, the HMA or the WHMA property. Are we gonna put in a little parking area or any future development?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw. So at the Laramie Peak WHMA, it's just through access across the Hall Ranch. Then the access road continues on the Laramie Peak WHMA. Public's allowed access to that entire property. The Pinto Creek HMA, the public in the past has been driving down this access road. We will have no parking on the Hall Ranch, but there will be parking on the state land parcel.
Any further discussion?
I'm gonna make a motion, Mr. President, if that's okay. I move we approve the acquisition of both permanent easements on property owned by the Hall Ranch at no cost to the commission.
I second that motion.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the approval of these permanent easements as presented. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Next, I'd like to talk about a transfer of a conservation easement from Game and Fish to the Nature Conservancy. So the Bredeshe Creek Conservation Easement is located just south of Wapiti. You can see Wapiti on the map there kind of. It's west of Cody and located between the Buffalo Bill Reservoir and the Yellowstone National Park. It's a very important area for wildlife habitat and for wildlife migration through this area. So that's why we have a conservation easement on it. So it's just some history on it. We acquired a 640 acre conservation easement in 2004. An additional 40 acres were added to that in 2007 from the property owned by Perry and Paige Williams out of Cody. That conservation easement was acquired with YDOT mitigation funds from the North Fork Highway Corridor project. They contributed about $400,000 towards that, and the commission contributed no money towards it. It was basically just for mitigation of environmental effects from the highway project. Included with that was a 49% ownership interest in a 5 acre tract northwest of the easements, and I'll show the location of that as well. When this conservation easement was put in place, there was a requirement at that time that the holder of a conservation easement have an ownership interest in the property itself. And so that's why they transferred ownership in a portion of this 5 acre tract. And that will automatically transfer if we transfer the rest of the conservation easement over. The Nature Conservancy and the Williams family are requesting the commission transfer their interest to TNC because they have other conservation easements out there too. So TNC has other easements in the area, would like to have a more connected corridor of ownership and management. Because they own all of the other conservation easements on the Williams family property, it makes sense for them to hold this one and defend this one as well. The Williams family is planning to execute a conservation easement on additional 1,673 acres on their property as a result of this. And then we've reached out to YDOT and the Federal Highway Administration to make sure they're involved in the process. They're okay with us transferring our ownership over to TNC as long as the property is still conserved, which it will be. And the conservation easement document itself also allows for the transfer directly to TNC. They have the first right of refusal to acquire this conservation easement. So this map here shows the location of the conservation easement. It's the tanned area down here on the, I can't see it on there, but on the southeast side of this map right here, the tan area is a 680 acre conservation easement that we'd like to transfer over. If you look on the green polygon on the northwest side, there's a little dark green patch. That's the 5 acre tract that we have a 49% interest in that we'd like to transfer over to TNC. TNC already holds the other 51% of that parcel. And then everything in red on this map is the new conservation easement they're planning to place on the property of this 1,673 acre property. We think this makes sense for TNC to hold and manage this conservation easement since they have other ones in the area too. So we'd like to transfer our interest over. So the department recommends the commission vote to approve the transfer of the 680 acre Bredeschi Creek Conservation Easement to the Nature Conservancy. And if there's any questions, I'll answer those.
Are there any questions?
Mr. President, just for clarification, that was a great presentation, Roy, but we're going to transfer our 49% interest in those 5 acres as well as our conservation easement on the 680 acres.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner Brokaw.
Mr. President, just
Go ahead.
a couple things to clarify. The Williams family is who created the original conservation easement. Is that,
Yes,
that's
Mr.
right,
President.
isn't it? Okay.
Mr. Master, yes, they did.
And in looking at that last map that you had up, there's a Rocky Mountain Foundation easement, it looks like. There's also WS proposed easement
Yes,
also.
yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Master,
Are-
they're working on those.
Yeah, those are also planned, they're trying to get everything into the Nature Conservancy, right?
Well, so on this map, the area in dark blue, the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust is working with a separate landowner, not the Williams family, to get a new
okay.
conservation easement there. And my understanding is the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation is working on that purple tract on the north side to get that one with a separate landowner also that locked up. Either they have it currently or they're working on it.
All right. Off the top of your head, you know what kind of access, public access, if any, the Nature Conservancy offers?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Masters, and with this conservation easement, there's no public access at all currently. TNC does not, they're not really big on access in most cases. They're really big on conservation.
Mm-hmm.
So that nothing will change as far as access goes with this transfer though.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Motion?
I move to accept the department's recommendation on the conservation easement.
Don't fight over it. Who made it? Ashley made the second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're gonna go out of whack a little bit on the agenda. We're gonna go to item number 14. Doug Breimeyer, Deputy Chief of Wildlife Division. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Going out of whack on this agenda item. Is that what I heard you say? So, thank you, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. So, we got my presentation queued up here. So this PowerPoint is basically on our policy, and I'm going to ask you to approve a policy that provides some safety for our field folks. And I'm mostly going to focus on the types of flights we do and some of the more interesting things on where we're going with flights into the future. So if we can get it back up there. And again, so the policy that we presented in your notebook is the draft that we put together. I got a few minor edits that we included in it to put a policy number and some of those things on it. So that policy is what governs what our folks do when they're in the air. And the images here, so you'll see there's on the left, a flight moving some elk out of a damaged situation. The middle one's a summer flight, if you can believe that, in mid to late July, looking for grizzly bears on some of those large plateaus south of Yellowstone. And then we also do a lot of contract flights with vendors to do aerial surveys for looking at listening for radio collars. So these aircraft have an antenna on each side of the wing on each antenna on each side. And if they turn the one side on and the sound is louder from the ping from the transmission of that collar, they know it's to kind of shift over that way. those flights are kind of grueling for guys if they're in the air for a long time because they're doing a lot of turning. And so we've got some pilots that are really good at it and they can pinpoint down to where different animals are that we're trying to monitor. We also use those GPS collars, which you'll often hear about, and those collars transmit a sound that we can pick up like this, but they also send an image or a location to the satellites. And so we get locations that way as well. It worked for Ember. Got to aim it same way when I'm hunting. I don't know. Go to the next one if you wouldn't mind. Or some of the pilots that we fly with are like our family. So our guys are very loyal to who they're flying with. They get very close contact with them. So a lot of our vendors, we have 38 different vendors that conduct flight services for us. And we all have our different parts of the states have their favorites. This aircraft moving the elk is a Bell 47. I'll tell a little bit about that before we get going. But this one, our pilot calls her Maybell. He has Maybell, Tinkerbell, Annabelle, and Isabel. And so Maybell is a piston-driven aircraft, and I'll touch on the changes there. But we quit flying in piston-driven helicopters because of the performance and the ability for them to lift. So when you get a little bit of air current, or if you get a load on board, you know, trying to get over obstacles and stuff can be a little bit, you have to plan more. And so with the turbine driven, it's a little bit more efficient and there's more power there. So, but Maybell here was one of two ships that made it out of Cambodia when Vietnam started to fall. And when we first started flying in Maybell, she had a bullet hole up through right where your feet are and out through the top, and they put a patch over it. So it took the pilot quite a few years to find a bubble for her, but we would be flying and we'd have that little plastic patch over that. But again, she was from a company called Bird Air that contracted with the federal government, and they had two ships, and that was the only two that our pilot was aware of that got out of Cambodia when things fell apart there. Pretty neat helicopter. And you can see, if you watch MASH, you see those, you know, it's that type of helicopter. So, oh, I should go back. So basically our policy governs all the wildlife and fish surveys, research, wildlife capture and transporting, law enforcement, and damage. And low elevation flights, basically anything that's down to about 500 feet above ground. We're trying to provide a policy that ensures safety for our folks. And so this next image, so this is Annabelle. And Annabelle is a Bell 47 with a turbine put into it. So it's called a Saloy conversion. And that's the ship that most of our guys in the western part of the state love to be in. Glass bubble, a lot of power. It's very efficient in getting around, but you can see amazing things out of the ship. And so this policy really, it covers procurement of services, pilot requirements. So we have hours that we ask our pilots to have before we allow them to do surveys for us. We do get questions from vendors about why we maintain 1,500 hours as a requirement as a general rule. And other states do that as well. And it just provides that level of experience when people get into terrain. And we also ask that if they're flying in mountainous terrain as well, that they have that level of experience as well. We also ask for aircraft performance. So that's why the piston-driven ships have kind of fallen out of favor with us a little bit. We still contract with them, but when we put our staff on board, we want performance there. So we also outline safety precautions and communications, and that's the big part of our policy is when there's a problem in the air, we want to make sure that we know what's going on. And so we've got satellite tracking devices and radio communications that we track, and that's spelled out in this policy. We also outline what types of clothing people wear. So if you go by some of the fires that you're seeing around the state, those guys are all wearing Nomex. We ask that our guys either wear Nomex or like a wool or some kind of blend material that doesn't, it's not as flammable. And basically, the entire policy, if our folks follow that, and we're working with them to follow that, it assures safety for the employee and the vendor as well. So looking at suitable aircraft, this is an image at the Jackson shop, and out the back behind the red helicopter. Now it's all $4 to $9 million condos. So we're not sure how long we'll be doing this. Before, when I was in the Jackson area, we worked with our pilot to designate this as a landing zone with the FAA, and the FAA was very reluctant because they knew it was on the edge of Jackson where there's a lot of issues. And so they formally recognized it as a landing zone, but they did not designate it. So right now we still land there and we push helicopters into the shop. Front one is Maybell, the Bell 47, and then a Hughes 500 from Lewiston, Idaho that comes over and does contract. The Hughes 500 has a turbine engine in it, super nimble, almost like a bumblebee out there buzzing around, really fast. Do a lot of really high elevation and good survey work and capture work with that helicopter. Again, Maybell is a piston driven, so we kind of gravitated away from that. And now we're using the Saloy Bell 47. You can see the other ships that are listed there. Some are fixed wing, and I'll show you a few of those as well. So this is a Long Ranger, Bell Long Ranger on South Pass. And our guys use that pretty extensively in the central part of the state. And again, it's all depends on helicopter and vendor availability and what we fly in. The R-44 Robinson is an offshoot from Bell. Some of their engineers created a company quite a long time ago and created a very economical ship. And this R-44 is a piston-driven ship. And you can see here, obviously, they're net gunning. And net gunning is one of those operations where the team that does it is very in tune with each other. And so we don't allow our folks to get in the piston-driven ship for net gunning because of just the high risk nature of it. But we do contract with them a lot. An R-66 looks exactly like that, but it has the turbine engine in it. And so we do a lot of our darting for, wolves and some of the work that we capture. And spraying as well is done with R-66. And I should mention that, so with some of the surveys that we do, when we get new staff, so the fish division will contract with vendors to transplant fish into high mountain lakes. And on those flights, if we don't have somebody in the ship, they're just contracted and they're going out and doing the work. But if we have one of our staff in and they're learning some area and looking at some of the habitats, they're following our flight policy because they're down low elevation. They've got communication standards that they're following. Shift over to some of the fixed wing aircraft. So this one is a Aviat Husky. And they're actually made in, I believe, in Afton, right, Ken? Great ship. Our guys really love them. They got a broad wingspan. It's a great utility aircraft, and it's a great ship to be in. It's the Scout is very similar to this. We're about $300 an hour for those ships to do some of our line transect surveys that you'll see in our budgets. And so then this one's a Cessna, a little bit faster, and we've another utility craft that will put wing struts on. The wing struts, we can put markers on them and do some of our line transect flights. And so this is on the wing strut of the Cessna, and you heard from Ember this morning, so our science and analytical research support section is really working to refine this technique. And so what you see on this aircraft, there's a laser rangefinder at the top on the wing strut. And then as we're flying by, we're looking for pronghorn within those different A, B, C, D, and E bands. And so that measures the height of the ground where the aircraft is, the width of the band, because of the height is tied to how wide that band is. And then our folks are looking at the ground and they're calling out what they see. And then there's a voice recorder in the ship that's recording that they see one in the B band, for example, and two in the D band. And then when they get all done, we do some statistical analysis of that to analyze for how many animals were on the ground. And all this is going on while the system is tracking them, and they're communicating with our operations office headquarters in Cheyenne here. And I'll show you a slide of what that looks like here in a moment. So this just gives you a perspective on, so 2022 and 2023, we conducting some surveys here for pronghorn line transects. We did 20 herds those 2 years, 10,000 pronghorn counted, and we flew 18,000 miles. And you can see the dots are graduated by group size and then the herd units that are that were flown. Some other types of flights that we do low altitude classification flights. So these are the ones that our guys just love. If you're new into a district and you don't mind being in the air, you're going to want to do some of these so you can learn your area. It gives you a perspective. You get to see some incredible views. We use these types of flights for elk, moose, bighorn sheep, mule deer, and mountain goat. Generally, they're helicopter surveys, and the analysis gives us, the population trends. And let's see if this is just an example of the map of what it would look like when you get back to the ground. So the crumb trail, if you will, breadcrumb trail shows where we were going to land for fuel. You can see at the south end, there's a couple of tracks that come down to the south and then over to an area in the north where we're landing. These types of flights, again, you over time, our guys, our biologists and wardens know generally where those animals are going to be. So they're going to focus their attention on this particular map. The north end there's population. In the middle, there's a few. And then on the south end, there's another cluster. And so they're kind of a search and find type of flight. And our guys really like them because it gives them credibility with their publics. They know the terrain, they know the drainages, and they know what the animals are doing within those areas. Another type of flight is for elk. And again, classification flights. And this is just another example of what that looks like over a broad geographic area. So this is out of the Jackson region. So Togedy Pass is right up in through Highway 26 here. I'm sorry, on this map too. The laser doesn't show up on that TV screen very well. And so in that flight that they did, they counted 4,000 big game animals. That included elk, moose, sheep, bison, and some mule deer. It was 46 hours and 2,500 miles of route that they flew. And this policy, again, really reinforces the safety. So our folks are spending about 1,400 hours in the air each year counting animals just like this. And again, if you're the biologist and the warden in some of these areas and you go to your publics and you can tell them what you're seeing, our folks really like to be able to do that. So some other types, again, this is just an example of one of those high plateaus south of Yellowstone, but we do some elk flights that we need to divide things up a little bit. So we do some siteability flights. And again, Ember's folks really help us to analyze survey units. And then when we're flying over those areas, we're counting everything. We're focusing on those survey units that were identified, and then we can apply some methodology to it to determine the abundance of animals. So this example is the Iron Mountain herd. We flew 300 different units, survey units, a pretty large survey, 37 hours, and we estimated that there was just over 4,000 elk in that area. The other thing we do is fixed wing flights for grizzly bears. And so it's pretty hard to believe that you could find bears flying at 110 plus miles an hour. But when you get into these big plateaus south of Yellowstone or onto moth feeding sites, those bears do show up. And I think so far this year, Dan, our trophy game supervisor, and his guys and some of the field managers have counted about 300 bears on the flights that we're involved with. One of those flights they had where the grizzly bears feed on the moth sites, they were over 100 bears on that one flight. So some pretty amazing survey methods that we can apply to monitor things. Again, grizzly bears from a fixed wing flight. The other things that we do, wildlife captures, we do a lot of we do some darting. It's another high risk thing, but we work very closely with our veterinarian on animal safety, pursuit time, so you don't go after an animal just continuously. We've got that all spelled out. And Dan's guys with the large carnivore have been working on doing some of this work as well. So this is the Robinson R66 and darting with some of our contract folks. And that's how we get our wolves. As you'll see, Ken usually does a presentation after we do some of our census work at the end of the year. And this is 2021. We implemented some captures on grizzly bears that worked really well. Dan, I think, gave you guys a presentation not too long ago on how many grizzly bears they ended up capturing compared to what it took us on the ground to get to those bears. Very efficient use of our time. So how do we keep track of all this stuff? So this is a little box that gets plugged in the ship, and it's a satellite tracking device. We pay for a software company to give us those map images, and it's real time. So the SALEX operators in Cheyenne are logging in. Any of our field people in the regions where they're doing the surveys can log in, and you can see a map and you can see where they've flown. And you know, in the Cheyenne headquarters or in the Cheyenne SALEX office, they've got an incredible media room set up where they're monitoring, you know, 5 panels at one time, and they're inputting UTM locations for that flight as it's occurring. And so that's explicitly spelled out in our policy, and that's where we're trying to maintain the ability to continue that communication and have good communication with our folks on the ground. So some of the things that are coming up next, Ember's folks with the SRA unit are working pretty closely with our managers to try and fine tune sampling. So we're looking at the sample design instead of flying. So the red outline on this map is occupied deer habitat, and they're going in and they're picking blocks within that area to kind of do a statistical sample of that area. We're also looking at some drone use. Fish Division uses a lot of drones for stream changes and habitat changes. And we're looking at them from the standpoint of some of the grouse leks and even in damaged situations, we're using them. And again, tracking and communication, we're always looking at ways to improve that. And this kind of Star Wars looking gadget on this is a Vulcan aircraft that we contract with. That is an infrared camera. And so our guys are looking at using that technology. It's not proven yet, but we've tried a few different ways to use it. It's pretty amazing to look at things. And I don't know if that video will turn on. If not, yeah, it just went to the next one. So it'll probably be a little clunky here, but you'll see the little dots there, so they can switch back or toggle between real camera to infrared. And you'll see those are cattle, and so they'll continue to fly on, and it works when the foliage is off the trees. If large boulders and things are on the ground that heat up during the day, they pick up the heat signature too. So it's not totally proven technology yet, but it's getting there. But you can see these little glowing dots on this map. And they're flying about 2,500 feet above the ground. So they're super high up and they're zooming down in, and you can tell those are all elk bedded down in by these homes. And again, we've tried it on moose. We've tried it on, grizzly bears. The BLM uses it on wild horses, and it's got some promise to it. Super expensive right now, so we're just trying to explore what's going to work with it at this point. All right, we'll go to the next one. I think it's advancing. Okay, so this is, and then this is using drone technology. And so we've got, and again, Ember Shop has worked on some machine learning. So they've taught their computer how to count these elk. And so you can see the number in the upper corner there, it says 22 elk. And the machine's putting a block around the animal, and as they run by, it's counting them. And so pretty interesting technology. Her folks are working on a grant right now to try and do some more work with that and apply it to some of the line transect work we have. And if we can get this dialed in a little bit better, we'll be able to have, you know, the observer in the aircraft just making sure everything's working, and they can observe a lot of the terrain and things. But the computer system will be, the artificial intelligence will help us to track how many animals we're seeing in there. See if that one will work there too. These are just drone images here, but again, the computer's picking up sage grouse on the landscape, and you can see it puts a stamp over the animal or over the bird, and then it's counting them in the upper corner. This one's a real small lek, but they just wanted to send it to me for an example of how that would work. So overall, our goal is to keep our people safe in the air, have some methodology identified. So this is, I think this policy's been in place for a number of years now, about 7 years. And we wanted to update it so that there's better information there about the technology that's available to help us with communication. And if something fails on the communication side, that we can have some outlined steps on what to take, what to do. So we're asking that you would approve this policy, and with the minor edits that I've included in my draft. So, and what I did on that draft too is, so we would have an effective date of today, or an issue date of today, but it doesn't go into effect till December, because I can work with a lot of our contractors to get all their contracts updated before December 1. So, and that's all. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions, comments?
Mr. President, Doug, thank you. It's a great presentation. You have the best pictures. Well, Dan
my
comes close.
guys have the best pictures.
Dan has pretty good pictures.
Yeah.
In putting the policy together, did you work with your contractors and all of those people and run those things by? I guess who else did you talk to, just for my own background?
Great question, Mr. President and Commissioner Masterson. So when this started, we had a pilot in Idaho that had owned all the helicopters, that owned Maybell and them, gave us the original I guess framework to kind of work with. And then we touched base with a number of other contractors at that time. And then this last round, because we're tweaking communications and stuff, I ran it by 307 Aviation. And I know some of the other pilots have looked at it, and they've given me a little bit of feedback, but we're building off of what we did in 2016.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Roberts.
Doug, is how much, I mean, the world's coming towards drones. And I know you just touched on a little bit on the drone technology, but aren't we foreseeing later on to do, I mean, of course, the animal captures and stuff, but most of the surveying stuff, can it be done on drones nowadays?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts. So with drone, they're limited by the FAA rules and regulations now, so it has to be line of sight. So a person has to be on the ground piloting them within view of that craft. And so sometime into the future, maybe we'll get to that point, and drone technology is really advancing as we go. We want to be ready to embrace it and we're using it on a small scale right now, but some of those like wilderness and flights that are a long ways away, we're going to be having our personnel in the ship for some time. Just because you can't operate the drone without being in view of it.
Seems there's a lot of safety concerns nowadays with these helicopters and stuff. And then
And Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, when I talk to our field guys, you know, from Big Piney to Rock Springs and other parts of the state, there's certain aspects that are just, you just can't replace that person in there, and then the experience that they gain from that. And with the policies that we have in place and the communication technologies, we've learned a lot over the last 30 years. And we ensure a pretty strong, I guess, safety protocol for those guys when they're in the air.
I think you, we was at a previous meeting and you talked about a crew that was out and they didn't call in or didn't do something. Could you relate that as a safety factor?
Yes, Mr. President, that was a safety factor, and that kind of gave us a little impetus that, you know what, we need to reinforce. They were our field, so just so everyone knows that our field folks were so engaged in doing a survey, they got into the southeast corner of Yellowstone, which, as you know, is like the most remote area in the lower 48 states. And they were just having a great time observing stuff, and they lost track of time. And so they popped up when it was time to get fuel out of a canyon, and we're all like calling them and asking them where the heck you been. And so we want to reinforce that. And then if the satellite communications fails, we have a fallback to the radio communications. And then we also have some satellite communication devices as well. So we've got some options in place, but we're trying to reinforce that. And so that kind of gave us the impetus that revisit this and reinforce those communication standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussions or questions? Commissioner Bell?
Mr. President, I move that the commission approve the low altitude aircraft operation standards, procedures, and safety policy as presented.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the policy as presented. Is there any further discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
No.
Okay. Sean, you're up. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. Very pleased to be up here today to present this agenda item. We're here to recognize Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and their contributions to the Mule Creek Ranch project. But first, I kind of wanted to talk about just how critical of a partner they are on many of the projects that we do. For instance, over the last 3 years, working with the department's wildlife division, Ian Tater's group, they've worked or contributed to 22 projects totaling over $315,000 worth of contributions on habitat. Not only have they contributed to those, but over the past 4 years, they've worked with the Lands Branch Administration on the Raymond Mountain project in 2020, where they successfully acquired that access easement and donated it to the department or to the commission. They also contributed to the Ellis Ranch acquisition. They went ahead and contracted that appraisal for us when we had some time constraints. They also contributed to the Pitcher Brokaw access easement and of course the Mule Creek Ranch acquisition. And you heard earlier today, they've graciously contributed to the 2 permanent easements at the Laramie Peak WHMA. So it just goes, just a small piece of what Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation does in partnership with the department to do habitat projects, acquisition projects, and just put a lot of money and effort and get a lot of good things done on an annual basis. One of the things that I wanted to talk about with the Mule Creek Ranch project was just how unique that was. We had an opportunity there where Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation was able to acquire that property and work with us over a time frame of about 2 years or 3 years to get that project completed, which gave us some flexibility to go out and work with the commission and the public to get that done. They worked with an adjacent private landowner, the grazing lessee at the time, Garrett Henry and his family, And we were able to come together and put forth a project where we had the department, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and a private ag producer combine to not only, preserve that habitat into the future, but continue to produce agricultural products in that area. It was a pretty unique opportunity. We're very proud of how that turned out. And we're very proud to have worked with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation on it as well. And with that, I'd like to thank some of our department folks that also worked on that project. I know Roy Weber and his lands branch worked very hard to get that project to come to fruition, as well as Darby Shock, our surveyor, and the Laramie region personnel in general, who have worked very closely with RMEF and that landowner and on that property to do habitat work. A lot of contributions went into that project, and we're very happy to be here today to reflect on that and celebrate a project and a job well done. We have a video that I'd like to show, and as we get through that, I'll introduce some of the folks that are here in the room and give them a chance to speak.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Department, in partnership with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Mule Creek Ranch LLC, and 88 Ranch, have permanently protected and provided hunter access to approximately 6,660 acres of deeded land and 2,600 acres of state and BLM adjacent landlocked lands through the Mule Creek Conservation and Access Project. Mule Creek Ranch is approximately 45 miles southeast of Casper, Wyoming, in the Laramie Mountains, located in the heart of Wyoming's Elk Hunt Area 7. Last year alone, 633 permission slips were issued for the Mule Creek Public Access Area. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation owned the property from June of 2022 to May of 2024. During that time, they continued to work with the Game and Fish and 88 Ranch to improve the ranch for wildlife, and with the BLM, treating over 1,600 acres with a prescribed burn to control cheatgrass. 88 Ranch also improved the ranch infrastructure and worked diligently on grazing management across neighboring ranches, the BLM, and state lands. Since May of 2024, Game and Fish holds a permanent conservation and hunting access easement on the east 4,000 acres, owned and managed by 88 Ranch, and owns the west 2,660 acres as a wildlife habitat management area. The conservation easement will permanently protect the property's wildlife habitat, agricultural, and open space values, while allowing seasonal elk hunter access on the east portion of Mule Creek Ranch. The Laramie Habitat and Access crew of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has actively converted fences to wildlife-friendly standards. Since 2023, the crew has collaborated with the 88 Ranch, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and Mule Deer Foundation to convert fences on the Mule Creek Ranch Wildlife Habitat Management Area, an area known for high wildlife movement. Together, they have successfully converted 6.5 miles of the existing 24 miles of 6-strand barbed wire fence to a new 4-strand design that allows wildlife to move freely over and under. This public-private ownership design allows for both the continued private ranching use of the property in coordination with the surrounding BLM, state of Wyoming, and private lease lands, and a Game and Fish Commission-owned property that will protect and enhance habitats and provide for seamless permanent public access opportunities and management. It's a win-win for conservation, people, and wildlife.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to introduce Leah Burgess, who with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, who I've worked with on a multitude of projects, and I know she's worked with other department personnel. Blake Henning, who's also here with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and Garrett Henry, the adjacent landowner to us now, the private landowner that worked with us on the conservation easement and permanent public access easement. So they're all here today, and I'll have Leah come up and take it away from here, but we appreciate everything that they do.
Thank you, Sean. Commissioners, Director Nesvik, thank you so much for making time in your schedule today to celebrate this Mule Creek Ranch Conservation and Access Project. It's been over a 10-year process for us, and we're just so excited to see it completed in the way that it was. And we're happy to be here with you today. From RMEF, we also have, as Sean said, Blake Henning, our Chief Conservation Officer, as well as Sean Kelly and J.R. Larson, our regional directors who do the banquet fundraising in the state of Wyoming, and Cindy Christensen, our state volunteer chair, who really helps us get those dollars in so we can do the mission work that we do. We have a few awards to present today. First, I just wanted to do some personal thank yous. This project really has involved so many people along the way. It's a special property. Anyone who has come to that property has kind of had a sense of really what a unique landscape it is. You really don't have a feel from it just driving by on the Fetterman Road or County Road 64. So really, this started with a great relationship between Game and Fish, really their habitat biologist, Ryan Amundsen, and the original owners, Sam Schultz and Ken Matzner. And over the years, you guys have done prescribed burns, cheatgrass treatment, water development exclosures, wildlife-friendly fencing. They entered into a term hunter access agreement while we were trying to work out the permanent solution. So that was a great start there. In addition, other Laramie Regional folks, Jerry Cowles and the Habitat and Access crew, Sean and Roy from Realty Division, Ray Bradyhoff is here today from Habitat and Access. He and Ian Tater from your headquarters office had really participated in a lot of our tours and funders show and tell situations, and it just was a real group effort. I also want to thank 88 Ranch and the Henry family. We have Garrett and Ellen, Blake and Nicole, and I don't know if your mother Susan is here. They're all here today from 88 Ranch to help celebrate with us, and what a pleasure and an honor it was to work with them. They brought a real open heart and open mind to this. They brought their history on the ranch, and they really helped us see that there's an opportunity to partner with a private ranching family who just exemplifies Wyoming traditional values. And I'm so excited that this is how the project turned out. So with that, would like to just hand out a few awards, and thank you.
Laramie Regional Office.
I think we have Ryan Amundsen here from the Laramie Regional Office. Again, these folks were instrumental over the years to really put a lot of great habitat work on the ground. Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Cheyenne headquarters.
Roy and Sean. This is a pretty complicated real estate transaction, really 4 real estate transactions in the end. And thank you so much for your hard work and diligence and your partnership. 88 Ranch. Garrett, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to say anything.
Garrett, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just thank you guys. It was just, we grew up on the Mule Creek Ranch, and, I remember my brother and I spent a lot of time up there, a lot of time in an old RV without electricity or running water, and we'd go down to the pond every couple days to take a bath, and, it was, we loved it up there, but it was a spot where we always thought we'd just be a leasee, and nothing more than that. It was always just kind of a dream that was always just beyond your fingertips. And then we, through knowing Sam, we found out that the Elk Foundation and Game and Fish were gonna be a part of of the Mule Creek Ranch. And we were a little bit nervous and scared as what that even meant. But we were very fortunate to have some really amazing people, Leah being definitely one of them. the Game and Fish, there's some super awesome people that were involved in it and saw our vision. Like Leah, was so open-minded to coming up with ideas that would work, and it's honestly just a dream come true to be a part of that. And, you know, through ranching in today's modern world of, especially in Area 7 elk hunting, of really just unaffordable to be able to run livestock in areas like that, where we are able to partner with the Game and Fish and the Elk Foundation and really make it affordable so we can continue to ranch, is a dream come true. So thank you, everybody.
So, yeah, Garrett, thank you so much. And to the department, the commission, thank you so much for supporting the Elk Foundation in this work. Maybe just a couple of comments from a national perspective. I'm from Missoula. I'm from headquarters, but got my start at the Elk Foundation here in Wyoming almost 20 years or 25 years ago. So a special place for me to be back here. When we first started working on Mule Creek was probably in 2015 or 16, and it was with an access agreement. And the Elk Foundation contributed money to just purely open access in that area. And that was one of the first times that we had ever done that. Access over the years has become more and more of a priority, and this project at Mule Creek led the way on more of that kind of access work. You've seen from some of the earlier presentations, again, some of the contributions, and those are dollars raised by our volunteers at banquets here in the state. And then lastly, when we decided, the Elk Foundation, our board of directors decided to purchase the property outright. That was a big step for us. We really had not went into an acquisition like that before with not being sure somebody was going to take us out of the property. So our board was nervous, but they were willing to take a chance. We had the funding in place. And so again, Mule Creek has kind of started us and led us again with the first of these acquisitions, where we're willing to hold them for some years until we get a permanent takeout in place. And we now are able to do that. And we think about doing that in other states as well. So thank you again for your partnership on this. It's leading the way on several things for us. The last thing I'd like to do here is your esteemed director is going to retire. And I understand tomorrow is his last day. He cut it right to the end. But I've known Brian a long time. He's been an important partner to the Elk Foundation over the years in previous roles as well. He's been involved in some of our national or Western elk summits. He's been to our national conferences. He's always brought great vision and insight about elk management, and we know what kind of challenge that is today for many Western states. And so I appreciate all that work that he's done and his involvement with us. And then the last example that I'd mention is he has served, as you know, as the president of the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies for the last year or so. And it was just a little less than a year ago, the Elk Foundation signed an MOU with WAFWA, with all the Western states, to bring more focus, money, and attention to ungulate corridor conservation, winter range conservation, and that kind of habitat. And so through Brian's leadership as president, that all came together as well, and is something very important to the Elk Foundation and our supporters. So with that, Brian, I thank you for your partnership, and good luck in what you go off and do. And I know, as we talked about a little while ago, you're not going away. So I appreciate that.
I think we're gonna go on into some more awards and recs. Chief King.
Good morning, President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. It's my privilege today to recognize two of our Wildlife Division employees who combined have 70 years worth of service to the state of Wyoming. And between the two of them have 60 years of combined experience right here in the Casper region that we're standing in today. So I'd first like to have Mr. Rod Liebert, our Douglas Game Warden, come up. So Rod is receiving his recognition today for 35 years of service to the state of Wyoming and the Game and Fish Department. And let me just give you a little bit of background. So Rod is a graduate of Fort Hays State University in Hays, Kansas. While he was there, he was a kickoff and punt return person on special teams. And I think that's pretty fitting because if you think of someone that's willing to stand there and catch the ball and then run fast head first into whatever's coming at you, that is Rod Liebert. That's the way he's done his job over the years. He's always the one willing to pick up the ball and just run and go. Rod started his career in the Green River region as a fisheries technician working for the late Mark Fowden in 1988. And then in 1989, he was hired as an enforcement aide also in Green River. And then in 1990, he attended the academy right here. His picture is somewhere on the halls here, probably where they go from color to black and white maybe. But he graduated here from WLEA. And then he spent a couple of years in Casper as a damage control warden, doing both enforcement work and damage throughout the region. And then in 1994, he moved here to Douglas to serve as the Douglas Game Warden. So this summer marked 30 continuous years of service as the Douglas Game Warden. And I'm not sure if that's a record tenure for a district, but I'm going to do a little history check-in. I think that might be close. That's a long tenure for a game warden in one district. And you'll notice also on Rod's badge that he wears game warden badge number 2. He's the second longest tenured game warden we have in the ranks right now. So when Rod first came to Douglas, he came here at a time when Glendo Reservoir and our watercraft enforcement work was really ballooning. It was taking off. Colorado had discovered Glendo Reservoir. It was definitely the Wild West. And that fell on Rod's shoulders to try to tame the Wild West. And he went after it with all kinds of zeal and ambition. It was really a time when we needed to kind of up our game in terms of watercraft enforcement and our ability to handle BUIs and watercraft accident investigations. And Rod was the one that raised his hand to go pursue additional training. He took on hundreds of hours of training and then applied that training to watercraft accident investigations, not only here at Glendo close to home, but across the state. And over the years, he became our state's leading expert in investigating those serious boat accidents that resulted in injuries and even fatalities. That watercraft work, as you guys probably know, in terms of the law enforcement work our folks have to do, it's some of the mentally, physically most demanding work. It's a different beast, and you have to deal with a lot of folks that aren't always happy to see you, but Rod's done that extremely well. Rod's been involved in training new game wardens for a long time. He's always made it a point to take time out of his busy schedule to participate in helping our training with new wardens. He's the recipient of the Shikar Safari Wyoming Officer of the Year Award and the Casper Peer Recognition Award. And like I said, he's wearing badge number 2. And so it's a privilege and honor to recognize Rod for 35 years of dedicated service. Well, I guess the only thing I'd like to say is, I don't think I've ever worked a day in my life, so, I mean, and I think when you can say that, it's a good thing. I started off farming in my life, I grew up on a farm in Kansas and stuff, and I'll tell you, there ain't nothing better than the outdoors, so. Protecting it's been my dream, and I've enjoyed every minute of it, so thanks, appreciate it.
All right, next up, I'd like to have Brian Olson, our Casper Regional Supervisor, come up. So it's my privilege and honor to recognize Brian as well for 35 years of service to the state. Brian is a graduate of South Dakota State University, and he also came to the Game and Fish Department in 1988. His first job with the department was as an enforcement aide, and he worked in Sheridan as an enforcement aide that year. Soon thereafter, he actually switched gears a little bit, and he went to work as an information and education specialist. At the time, our I&E specialists were housed in the services division, and Brian went to work as an interpretive specialist in Alpine, and then later an I&E information and education specialist in Sheridan. And then in 1994, he transferred to Casper and became the public information specialist there. That was a pretty interesting time. I think our media was much different then. It was a lot of big newspapers, big TV spots, evening and nightly news type things, and radio programs. And Brian became really the face and the voice of the Game and Fish Department for a lot of the state. He just did a superb job in his role here in this busy media market. And as you guys probably have gotten the chance to see, Brian is well suited for that kind of work. He has remarkable interpersonal skills. He's great with people. Just a really good fit for that job, and he did a fantastic job. Fast forward a few years later, and in 1998, the department started a pilot program. So we started our public PLPW, Private Lands Public Wildlife Program, as a pilot. We ran it for a pilot until 2001, when the commission decided to make it a permanent part of our program. That PLPW is the precursor to the Access Yes program that we know today. During that time, we really needed some people to step up and help make that program become successful. And so Brian raised his hand and said, I'm willing to change gears again and become a access coordinator. So one of the first permanent access coordinators that we had in the state in that fledgling program was Brian Olson. And he took all those great skills that he has in terms of being able to sit down with anybody and talk to them and build trust and build relationships. And that built our PLPW program. Really, I can say with 100% certainty that the access program that we enjoy today is a direct result of all the hard work that Brian did when that program was in its infancy. Fast forward again, Brian saw an opportunity to serve in a leadership role. He raised his hand and was selected to be the Casper Regional Wildlife Supervisor in 2011, and he's continued to serve there. Brian is well suited for that job. He knows the region. I think he knows everybody in eastern Wyoming, I think, and half the people in western Wyoming. It's just really been a pleasure to work with Brian. I know if we have any tough challenge, if we have somebody out there that's kind of cranky and ornery, if you call Brian and say, hey, Brian, will you take care of this? He'll just smile and say, yep, I got it taken care of. And he does. He just has remarkable skills with people, does a wonderful job. He's a great role model for our new game wardens. He demonstrates the importance of relationships and how to build trustful relationships, and he does that day in and day out. So it's a pleasure and honor to recognize Brian for 35 years of service.
I would like to interject here real quick. When I became a commissioner, Brian was one of the first department personnel that I met, and he was telling me stories about how many hours he spent at my mom and dad's table in Manville, Wyoming, enjoying coffee and cake. And he was, they were the first person signed up in Niobrara County for the Access Yes program. He enjoyed it all, it sounded like.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, I'm here to present Larissa Voss with a 20-year service award. Larissa would come up. Larissa has worked in the license section as an accountant since September of 2003. So we're fully a year late in giving her her 20-year service award this week. She started out filling out orders for paper licenses and reconciling the paper receipts that came back. So she's been in the license section, the license accounting section, to see a lot of changes over time. Today, she's the lead on all things boating. So boat registrations, boating, AIS decals, she does all that. Our boating system is kind of complicated and critical to a lot of our customers, and Larissa handles all the customer questions and helps them get their boats registered and get AIS decals out. All the AIS decals that are sold online, she does a mailing out, so you get the actual decal to you. She does all the balancing of the boating transactions for the Cheyenne office, and then all of the sales that happen in regional offices. And what that means is that she makes sure that the money and what we sold add up. And when those don't add up, then she reconciles and tries to figure out what's wrong and make sure that the books all balance. She's seen a lot of changes, as I mentioned. And as we've tested and developed and tested our internet point of sale license agent system that's out in the regions and our boating access system, she's been a key tester and helper on getting that thing to work right, and then training people on how that does work. And she's done a lot of training of new license selling agents on how IPOS works. She's also a backup for all the license in the license section. So the front counter that does and the telephone information center, when we have really busy times with deadlines and application questions, she helps them out there. Larissa, and you'll have to see her purse, but if you know Larissa, you know that she's an avid Denver Broncos fan. She grew up in the Denver area. And I'll tell you that she's an optimist. So I watched that Denver Bronco game the other day. I'm texting with my brother. I'm like, dude, I think it's going to be another long season. She told me today she's optimistic. She thinks it's going to turn out well. So you got to love the optimists in those hardcore fans. She and her husband, Paul, live in Cheyenne. They have a son and a daughter. And so just please join me in congratulating Larissa on 20 years. She also assured me she did not want to give a speech.
Good morning, President Lagwood, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. I'm Nish Goikolea, and I'm the Communications and Education Chief. And it is my privilege today to tell you about our Communication and Education Division Employee of the Year. And that will be Regina Dixon. You know, some people are always willing to help out. And here in the department, we have so many amazing employees that are willing to go above and beyond and that are passionate about the work they do. But Regina will also do it always with a smile on her face. And so that's one thing that is always stands out for me with Regina. Regina has been with the department for totally 13 years. She started as an AIS specialist. She was the Green River office manager for 7 years, and she's been an INE since 2021. She's been with the Communication and Education Division for 2 years now, and I can tell you that with the work she does, it's phenomenal. As the Green River Information and Education Specialist, she works hard to communicate and educate in the region. She supports hunter education, hunter ed instructors, education requests, along with regional news and media and communication requests, especially communication on changes with Flaming Gorge in conjunction with the Fish Division. Aside from her regular job duties that Regina continuously does well, she goes above and beyond to support extra things. And specifically, over the last 2 years, Regina has been our regional event coordinator and liaison for Mule Deer Days in conjunction with Muley Fanatics. She has coordinated all the regional staff, the statewide staff, the communication needs, booth setup, you name it. And she's done it with class and phenomenal professionalism. This will be our 3rd year come in March that Regina will be helping us with this work. Aside from that, over this last year during legislative session, Regina was selected by the director's office to be the legislative assistant coordinator. During that time, she moved to Cheyenne for 6 weeks, and she assisted with researching policy topics related to wildlife and conservation during the legislative session and coordinated with all of our legislative assistants in the office. Her interpersonal skills and approach were essential for the work that she did, everything from wrangling legislative assistants to senior leadership. And her customer service always translates to the public and represents the department overall extremely well. Aside from that, Regina is part of the media team and the comms team, and she's willingly and always serves as a backup for other INEs and our public information office when they go on leave and takes all of their media and communication requests during that time. She does extensive work with the field and the regional office, and she's always happy to go out on field work and capture their work via photos and do write-ups for the magazine and media. Regina is not afraid to get dirty and learn new things, which is one of the things we appreciate most about her. Because of this, the Communication and Education Division values Regina's work, knowing how hard she works to advocate for every individual on the team and for the department as a whole. Her years of service for the department, along with the service she continuously works to improve and go above and beyond the ask of her regular position, and all the reasons I mentioned earlier, is why I am grateful and supportive of her selection as the Communication and Education Division Employee of the Year. Thanks, Regina. Thank you. You want to say anything? Nope. President Ladwick, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, I get to stay up here for one more round, which is really awesome today. The next award that I get to present today is for the Department Leadership Award, and this will be going to Ashley Leonard. I'm going to wait for Ashley to come up and join me. So Ashley was nominated by her entire team, the education team, multiple information and education specialists, and it was a nomination that I wholly concurred with. Ashley oversees the education team right now, which is comprised of hunter education, conservation education, recruitment and retention and reactivation, R3 as we call it, conservation in schools program, which include the National Archery in Schools program, Trout in the Classroom, Hunter Ed in Schools, conservation crates. She's also involved in numerous outreach and education events, including the one we will be attending to tonight, Landowner of the Year. Aside from this, Ashley is also a member of the Project Learning Team and the Wyoming Naturalist Program Steering Committee. Her membership on these committees ensures the department is well represented for external stakeholders and the wildlife conservation topics. Internally, Ashley coordinates the Worth the Watching Project Committee, which is responsible for allocating funds towards department education. I have to turn my page here. Ashley also coordinates the Wyoming Wildlife Fellowship Committee on our side of the house for game and fish in conjunction with UW. And she has created new and exciting paths forward for our summer internships, assisted with our game and fish supervisors so that they could have more interaction and interviewing opportunities with the fellows prior to their internships. She also serves as the department's volunteer coordinator, and last year she helped institute a new software to better manage our volunteers and our ride-along program. Ashley has been available to all field personnel for these projects and for the public who are interested in getting registered. All of these implementations and programs, some of which you're going to hear more about tomorrow in my education presentation, Ashley has held a key component and led the way for many of these. And they all coincide with the Director's Inspire a Kid activities and many of the other events that we do. Ashley's organizational skills and her constant positive attitude have carried her team, our division, and sometimes the department through many, many successful events. Ashley was tasked recently with coordinating the Landowner of the Year banquet, and last year and this year have been, I already know, will be very successful. And that is because of Ashley and her wonderful team. Ashley ensures that her team's strategy and goals are always aligned with the department's overall mission and strategic plan. She has aligned numerous projects, including conservation and education in schools and all of those, into the mission and the fabric of what we do for the department and for the state of Wyoming, so that conservation education can start at an early age and go all the way through college level. Ashley's staff told me that she has a saying that guides the work they do, and it's not enough to do cool things. We need to do cool things well. And that really embodies the work of Ashley and the team that she represents. When correction is necessary with her team, she compassionately delivers feedback to realign them, and she's always willing to get on board and stand next to them for any project they do, big or small. She's always discussing outreach events and making sure that the department creates events strategically, not just to be flashy. She models what she expects of her team, both through the extra work and also through her work-life balance, which is really hard sometimes for us here at Game and Fish. Overall, Ashley consistently communicates within her work unit and beyond with personnel from all the divisions and regions of the department. She's friendly, approachable, has an open mind when facilitating open communication, and is always willing to help. And for this reason, we are giving her the Outstanding Leadership Award. Thanks, Ashley.
All right, one of the coolest things that I get to do every year, and I'm done doing, I guess, after today, is to figure out who in this department, made up of such an incredible bunch of human beings, is each year's recipient of our most prestigious and our highest award in the department, and that's the Director's Award. I typically look to folks that have an impact across the entire agency that impacts directly our mission and our ability to do great things for wildlife and great things for the people of our state. And as I said, in this department, that's sometimes a pretty tall order because we have such incredible employees. But I will tell you this year that there's nobody I can think of that's more deserving of that award than the young lady that you just had standing up here, Miss Nish Kokalia. So as you can see, the only thing that Nish usually lacks is enthusiasm. I usually kind of got to egg her on a little bit each day, but actually, no, most mornings she is Folgers in our cup. She comes in on fire, ready to go to work, has a billion ideas. The good idea fairy lives in her bedroom, and she comes in every day with a whole new list of all these things that we need to do. It's incredible. Her dedication to our agency and to our mission is just phenomenal. And I'll tell you that she is, if I was going to summarize in one word, what really stands out with Nish, particularly in her field, is she's a leader. She's a strong leader. She inspires people to do things that are really, really good and provides purpose and motivation and direction and inspiration and does those things so well. I'm going to list some of the things that Nish has had a real direct role in, and her leadership has been consequential in making things happen. Some of these things you've heard about already today from within her division, but certainly she knew right away when she came to the department that, to me, Inspire a Kid was really, really important. And she embraced that right from the get-go, and has taken charge and taken the lead to go and do great things and start new programs that are directly supportive of our Inspire a Kid It's for Life initiative. We gave her the charge to restructure her entire team and to take on folks that weren't already in her work unit. And in Game and Fish, when you make changes with regards to where people are aligned in the department, it's a significant emotional event for a lot of folks. It's hard. Change is hard. And there was a lot of history behind what had happened in the past. And Nish, again, led extremely well and was able to put all that together, restructure her division in a more efficient way, bring in new folks, the INEs, into her division, and did it extremely effectively. She gives credit for some really cool things that have happened in Wyoming recently to her team, which is, again, reflects the fact that she's a great leader. But those things wouldn't happen without her leadership. The trout in the classroom, hunter ed in the schools, the work that she did with national archery, or the archery in the schools, and then working with the governor's office and the state professional teacher standards board to formalize standards for teaching hunter ed in the schools, and actually have a formalized way for teachers to be certified to teach hunter ed in the schools. That's a big deal for Wyoming, and that's something that we've been working on a long time, and weren't able to cross the finish line until we got Nish here. She has in many ways retooled just the way that we go about delivering our messages to the public, the way that we interact with the public, the way that we evaluate their feedback, the way that we make decisions based on feedback. She's been able to sort through what is broadly reflective and what might be outliers, and she's been able to do that well, which has helped me and the rest of the senior leadership team to make really good decisions on the stuff that's not only in her division, but affecting the entire department. Nish jumped right in square in the middle of being on the senior leadership team. And the way that we work with the division chiefs and the two deputy directors is, we make decisions for the whole agency as a team. Sometimes they might pertain to the fish division or the services division, but when they're big decisions that affect the whole department, the whole team comes together to help with that. So sometimes they're offering advice on things that are outside of their lane. She's jumped right into that and offered a different new perspective that's been extremely helpful. Hunter education, many of you have heard that's been a concern for many of our constituents, that we weren't delivering enough capacity there. She has really stepped that up and has helped us to meet our public's needs with regards to hunter education. She's been fully embraced the First Lady's initiative, the hunger initiative that the First Lady champions right now, specifically for us, food from the field, dealing with hunters and harvested game. Nish has done a phenomenal job with that and working with the First Lady. She has just been overall an incredible member of our team that reflects the values of our agency extremely well, who reflects what Game and Fish is really all about extremely well. And I've actually sent her to represent me on big statewide initiatives like the Shooting Complex Task Force. She had to sit and in a room with leaders from all over the state and get thrown all kinds of things at her, had to make decisions on the fly on my behalf and had to come back to the office scared that she might have done it the wrong way, and she didn't. But I think that reflects the trust I have in her as a leader, and I look forward to her being on this team for a very, very long time, and I'm extremely proud of her.
Okay, we got a call from the public. Tom Hurley and Harvey Dalton.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you, President Ludwig, Commissioners, and Director Nesvik. My name's Tom Hurley, and I'm the President of Hunters of Wyoming. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank Director Nesvik time and service with the department and all that you have done for the state of Wyoming, our wildlife, and all the sportsmen and women that enjoy all of that wildlife. It's been great working with you in your office and all of the department over the years of your service, and we present you with a plaque of appreciation for your time, your service, and all of your commitment to the state. As a token of our gratitude, I'd like to present you with this plaque and thank you for everything that you've done for us and wish you well in your retirement.
Need a little bit longer lunch hour or just. Okay, we're gonna break for lunch. We'll start back up about 1:25. Are you gonna call Jill up or? Oh, right there, okay. You were hiding.
Mr. President. The next agenda item is our presentation on the movement patterns of mule deer in the Upper River migration corridor. And what we're going to do is we have a few of our staff here today. So Jill Randall and I will be presenting the bulk of the presentation, but Zach Gregory is our field manager from Du Bois that knows on the ground how these deer move and the initial discussions that we had on recommendations for next steps with this herd. And then also discussing kind of those movement patterns and the evaluation we did. And so Jill's got some more information on that. We'll touch on that in a little bit. And I think, and we also have our Habitat Protection Supervisor, Will Schultz here, who, as you remember from the sublet antelope migration corridor, we gave an overview of that, and Will is kind of our policy person there. And so if we get some questions that Jill and I can't handle, we'll quickly hand it off to Will. So, after, really after looking at this, so I'm going to talk through kind of, let's see if I can get this to advance this time. So I'm going to give you a little overview of the introduction, the policy and the process, then turn it over to Jill and we'll go through the science, the threat evaluation and the comments. And really what I want to do is convey to you the reason that we're recommending identification today. So if you remember from the sublet antelope migration corridor, there's really a couple of routes that we could go with this. One is really no action. You just have the data set and we use it for management decisions. Another avenue is to move this to the identification phase, which is in a step in the direction of going to designation. And so we'll explain that a little bit as we get into this presentation. So this is really in partnership with, the tribes, the Shoshone and Northern Arapaho, and also with the University of Wyoming. And it includes a pretty broad area. So you got the DuBois mule deer herd, you have mule deer that come from the Wind River Reservation, and then some of those deer that are off to the north of Crowheart that are still off the reservation that drop into this. So pretty broad area. Pretty important partnership that we had with the tribes. And we're pretty proud of the fact that we got to work with them and they allowed us to use some of that data. You're going to see some maps that truncate at the tribal boundary. And that's because on their and within their jurisdiction, they are going to be doing something eventually as well. And so we're just kind of on the leading edge of that. And so they're going to be working on this as well. So the designation process is really outlined in that executive order 2020-1. As you know, it's a migration corridor protection executive order for mule deer and antelope. And really, upon evaluating the seasonal movements from this herd, and Jill's going to talk about kind of the sample design, it was really an easy decision for us because we felt like it did not rise to the level of designation. And I know there's some people that are frustrated with that. They feel like the agency is stepping back and not doing our what is responsible for us. But after looking at everything, the information that we had, looking at bottlenecks and seasonal movements, the right decision for us was to make that recommendation. And it'll be up to the commission to tell us or to confirm that, or to decide if you think something additional needs to be done. And I'll show the flow chart here in a little bit, in a few minutes that can kind of help explain that. And again, there's the three potential outcomes. There's, we hold the data, we use it for our management decisions. There's identification, and then there's also considered moving it towards designation. So what does identification mean? It recognizes the seasonal movements of those deer. It does not mean that the executive order ends. So if we identify today, that's just a step in that flow chart. And if some things change down the road, we can always come back to this and circle back and revisit this. But right now, the federal land use decisions that are in place, the amount of land that's on private land is 12%. And so it's not that, the corridor is pretty important to us, but we feel that with the federal land management protections that are in place and the BLM management plans, we feel that this really needs to be identified at this point. And once we do that identification, we'll continue to work with our project proponents to minimize the impacts on this corridor. So once we get through the identification process, we make all that data available online, and we'll be using it with private landowners and federal land managers to make some best decisions that they can. The identification process is very similar in that data is available, but it's not mandated that federal land managers have to consider something if they move a project forward on the federal lands. On the private lands, it's not going to change a whole lot for them. Those private landowners, I think you were getting emails that they want to see the designation so they can qualify for funding. I'm not aware of anybody that didn't get funding if they had good projects on private land. We've got staff in place that work with landowners to get project funding for fencing and other things. And there's monies available to do projects on their land. If somebody didn't get funding, they probably didn't have the greatest project outlined for us to take forward, but we can get funding for folks if they want it for projects on their private lands. And again, we're gonna continue to work very closely with counties, private landowners, if they want to have the information so they can look at what decisions they can make on their private lands. So additional funding, I mentioned this earlier, so we'll work with them on conservation easements, fence modifications, and vegetation enhancements. We do that already. We've implemented projects in the core area already. And so it's, there's funding that's been spent in this area in Fremont County already, that some folks are worried is not going to be available. And the final thing I really think to keep in mind too, and the EO even spells this out, that not every corridor needs to be designated to maintain that functionality. We looked at this information, those seasonal movements, and again, the Forest Service land designations, Park Service, there is a little bit of wilderness. And then, like I said earlier, 12% of the land is actually on private land on this corridor. So we feel that not every corridor in Wyoming needs to be designated. And I think that's something that we both, all of us that are presenting feel pretty strongly about, is that this one's a good corridor. It just doesn't need to be elevated to that level. And if I'll show the flow chart here. So you probably got to look at it on your screen, but basically we start to review the data. We draft the threat evaluation, which is posted online. We take that stakeholder input, finalized it, and we brought this to you forward for your agenda for consideration today. And we really feel like we're right here at this commission presentation. So there's two choices. We identify or we continue the process. And as you know from the sublet corridor, we start a 12-month process to look at the biological risk and opportunity assessment. So we take a deeper dive into it. And then at that point, the commission would consider the designation. And at that point, they'll make a recommendation we'll have more input, more public input, and then it goes to another process. And really the ultimate goal for us is to get that data available for the public to use. Identification doesn't mean that this process just terminates and ends. If something happens out there that we're concerned about in the future, we'll be able to come back and start looking at moving this further up the flow chart, if you will, and we can do something additional. But once we get it identified, that's the first step to deciding if you want us to do something additional with this. But that data being available, once it's identified, we'll be able to use it on our website. We'll be able to make it available to the counties and the landowners so that they can make the best decisions for mule deer conservation and corridor functionality. And again, we've got staff in Lander, and there's avenues to seek funding for projects that occur within that identified corridor. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jill. And then at any time, we're all available for questions if you have something.
Thank you. So I want to dive into the science, like Doug said, and give you guys a little better picture of what data we use to get to this point. You'll see 147 individuals, 494 sequences. And as a reminder, a sequence is one seasonal movement. So it's either from winter to summer or from summer to winter. And we had quite a few different studies that contributed to this from 2014 to 2023. This is a really good sample size. We feel really comfortable, really confident in this data. Thanks to the tribes. A lot of the data was theirs that we were able to use for the analysis. And that by far exceeds the minimum requirements of 3 years of data collection and 40 individuals. So a lot of this you'll remember from the last corridor. This analysis has not changed, the process that we go through with the data. We are using the line buffer method, which is 300-meter buffer outside of the lines that connect all the GPS collar data. And once we get those polygons in place, we're able to then look at high, medium, and low use levels. It gives us a way to prioritize how much time and how many individuals are using the different parts of the corridor. And we've done the same exact analysis because we believe it's, again, the best science, the best analysis moving forward. Stopovers, that's also, of course, standard process for us to analyze. Those are very important habitats for the time that they spend while they're migrating. And particularly in the spring, they're spending a lot of their time there foraging and resting up before they make that next push in their movement. We are still using the Brownian Bridge analysis method for that. And during that process, we're able to look at the highest use levels within those corridors and consider those as stopover habitat. Just like all the other migration analyses that we do, we eliminate any of the individuals that are not displaying migratory movement. If there's collar malfunctions, we basically clean up all the data so that we just have migratory individuals that are going into the analysis. We're also only using the part of their movement that is considered migration. We're not using their winter range use and their summer range use for these polygon development and for the analysis. So for this particular herd, we divided the data into 3 subherds, and that was in order for us to kind of bin the data. It helps give us a better understanding of those high, medium, and low use areas within the corridor by kind of looking at different subherds, if you would. So for this corridor, there were 3 different subherds that we used and merged the data together. This map here, it kind of focuses on the west part of the corridor. You'll see this is private or public land dominated. This is where they are ending at their summer range throughout Forest Service land, Park Service land, and a lot of this has protections such as wilderness designation on some of the Forest Service land. But you can kind of see here that this landscape is certainly dominated with public land. Alternatively, the eastern part of this corridor is what goes down through that 12% private land that Doug mentioned. So of all of the land that's within the corridor polygons, 12% of it is private, and it's down here on this eastern end of the corridor as they're approaching winter range and getting down into the lower country, if you would. So I want to go in and kind of highlight some of the information we provided in the threat evaluation. The purpose of this is to take that kind of high level look and look at what are the threats and what are the protections herd wide, or I would say corridor wide, so that we can really understand kind of the big rocks that are important to us. And the biggest one that our folks identified was the impacts from human development, primarily looking at some of those private land components, the potential for suburban development, and the infrastructure with roads and fences that's associated with that. There's also, as we get more people in this area, things like recreation that have kind of that impact that bubbles out from whenever you get development and more people that are using these habitats. Vehicle collisions are certainly a component of our human impact on this corridor, and that was one of the factors we considered as one of the primary threats. We just really needed to provide that consistent connectivity between their seasonal habitats. And looking then on the other side of the coin, the primary protections that are in place, this list that you see here is a lot of the public land that is contained within the corridor. We have 2 national forests that are contributing land to this, as well as Grand Teton. There is some commission land that this corridor crosses, and Lander BLM field office, the RMP that manages this field office does have a significant area that's withdrawn from oil and gas leasing. So we viewed that as a protection that's currently in place on that public land. We also have some other wildlife seasonal ranges that overlap with this corridor that provide some indirect protections. The crucial winter ranges that are associated with mule deer, elk, and moose that overlap with this corridor, as well as some sage-grouse core area. Because of some of the management strategies we use to manage those other species, our corridor is able to get some secondary benefits from that. I also want to highlight some of the conservation efforts that are underway. This is important consideration for us when we're looking at, the threats and the protections, how much effort is already going into conservation. And there's a lot of things happening in this herd, a lot of exciting things. So that Highway 26 Wildlife Crossing project was just submitted for federal funding last week. So that's a big, exciting opportunity if we are successful with WYDOT in that application. That has potential to greatly benefit the connectivity and this mule deer population. Conservation easements are in place already. A lot of work has been done on fence modifications. There's already a lot of momentum to do those projects, as well as cheatgrass and other vegetation enhancements. The Wyoming USDA big game partnership that we have is very much in place in this herd already. Fremont County in entirety is one of the FSA priority areas, which means they get the highest rental rate for any of the projects that are offered up for grassland CRP. And that exists throughout all of Fremont County, and the 6 counties around the greater Yellowstone ecosystem are all part of that priority that's already in place. We have already had some successful contracts with NRCS and private landowners within the corridor as well, being able to take advantage of those conservation funds that have been made available to the state. So I want to just kind of talk about that public process because that's very important to us. We did make a lot of individual contacts with some of the landowners, the stakeholders in that area. Our Lander region led that effort with their personal contacts that they have. We also held 2 public meetings that were, I would say, sparsely attended, very different than last time around when we did the Sublette Pronghorn Corridor. We only had 12 attendees between the 2 meetings. We did also provide the shapefiles and the map information on our website for people to more closely evaluate things and develop their comments. Of the comments that we received, there were 41 total comments. We did have an opportunity for people to submit comments through our website, similar to how we've done it in the past, as well as submit individual letters. Hopefully you've all had those provided to you and reviewed them. But I think some of the take-homes, 66% of those comments that we received were supportive of the department's recommendation to identify this corridor. The 34% that were not supportive actually did support identification. They were just encouraging going to that next step and designate. We had 0 comments that actually said they did not support us doing any sort of identification of this corridor. So that was very encouraging to see through our public comments. Some of the themes of those comments, there were several individuals who felt like the only way to get private land funding for conservation work and to declare bottlenecks within the corridor is if we go all the way to the designation stage. We heard that from several of the commenters saying that they support the identification, but they really want to make sure that we have these other components covered for conservation. Also, they supported more corridors throughout the state. This wasn't a question we specifically asked them in the comments, but we had several individuals that offered up that they were happy to see the department moving forward with the second corridor through this process, and they wanted to see more of that in the future. They wanted to see how the deer use the Wind River Indian Reservation. Of course, Doug already mentioned to you that that is their process. We need to respect that and allow that to happen on their terms. So that was a comment we weren't able to work with, unfortunately. And we also did hear the comment that people would like us to use all of the individual corridor routes and not just the areas where 2 or more individuals overlap. So we did hear some of that commenting as well. We were also hearing that there were things specific to the document, the threat evaluation document, that they wanted to see us improve upon. That's why we went to the public. We want to get it right. We wanted to make sure to get feedback from all the stakeholders, not just our perspective within the department. So we did hear people ask us to better describe recreation, cheatgrass, and some of the industrial development potential in the corridor. They also wanted us to better articulate habitat leasing and what is happening currently with that in the corridor, as well as quite a bit of concern over the OSLI management within the corridor. They wanted us to address that within the document as well. So we did update some of our language, incorporate some of those comments we heard, and tried to clarify some information, which was, that's one of the great things about public comment. You're able to make your products better once we get through that process. And so we did that, and what you have been provided as the threat evaluation is what we have produced after incorporating that comment. All of the shape files will eventually be finalized and shared widely with, they'll be shared publicly, so anybody could use them, but we'll certainly encourage use by all of our partners. NGOs that help with funding projects will have those as well to help prioritize where to spend those conservation dollars. And then we will continue to do a lot of the good work that we're already doing in this corridor. So with that information, we would like to ask the commission to confirm our recommendation to identify this migration corridor. And Doug and I stand for any questions.
Mr. President.
Yes.
I have a question, and it might be kind of a simple question. When you have the Forest Service, the BLM, the National Park, State Park, USDA, Game and Fish, county commissioners, ranchers, tribal, does identification mean the same to everybody? I mean, is there, when you say designation and identification, does every single one of those players in that, do they understand what it is? Is there one definitive definition of that?
Yeah. Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, I think there's a lot that people don't understand about this, because this is really this is the first one we're identifying. But really what we've reached out to a lot of those folks so that they could understand kind of where it's at and the data that are going to be available to them to help them make decisions. And then our folks would also be available to help them if they want to seek additional funding for some wildlife conservation projects. But does it mean the same on the reservation? If it's private land and they want to do something on their private land, yes. If it's reservation lands, we'll work with the tribal members if they are competing for additional grants that might be out there. So it's a very great opportunity for us to partner with a broad array of agencies from, like you said, the Park Service and the tribes. The Park Service is very interested in it either way, just because it shows that partnership, and then they can get some additional funding too for some of that Highway 26. And I think Brian wants to add.
Yeah, so Mr. President, if I may, so this morning I talked about this work that the Superintendent Grant Teton and the two forest supervisors and I have been conducting around, and it's really based around this issue. And for those folks, identification helps them. It doesn't matter if it's identified or designated. Actually, identification helps them to focus and prioritize funding needs, and also take an area and say, we're going to go look for projects here that need to be done for wildlife because this is important for movement. So I think that's what it means to them. They're supportive of where we're going with this. They're supportive of the department's recommendation anyway. They don't need any further, they don't need a designation in order to do the work that they're interested in doing.
Thanks, Brian.
Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
To follow up on Brian's question, if we were to designate in a federal area on federal land, I'm not sure, he said, look into the AG. I'm not sure that if push came to shove, that would mean anything to the feds at all. Because, there's that whole supremacy of the US Constitution.
Yeah, Mr. President. So what it does mean though is that if it's, depending on what the activity is, if it's energy development as an example, there's still a state permit required. And so our EO outlines that if it's on federal land and it's in the corridor, the state permit doesn't get issued unless this box and that box and this box are checked. So it may not, they may say, yeah, we don't care about your designation, but at the end of the day, it does mean something to the producer because they're not gonna get the state permit. Angie, I'm looking at Angie to make sure I'm not wrong.
I'm going to say this back to you to make sure I've got it right. And as far as the National Park, Forest Service, the federal entities you've been talking to, identification gets them where they need to be, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. What percentage, or do you have a percentage of the land that we're talking about that's federal versus state or private?
I'm gonna let Jill step forward on that one. We have it broken down.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, on the first page of that threat evaluation, we do have a spreadsheet or a table, I guess, with all the different land ownerships within the corridor. And I would need to do some fast math, which you definitely don't want me doing, but you can see that the vast majority of that is a federal land. There's a small percent that's OSLI. The commission actually owns more than OSLI within the corridor. And then as we talked about, that private land is 12%. So it looks like Forest Service is about 70% of the land within the corridor. BLM is only about 7, which is, much smaller than what we've dealt with in the past, just because of the land configuration in this area. So I have that table here in my hands if you wanted to see that.
No, I've got it now in front of me. And that's all I was looking for, was an approximation. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. President, if I got a question, if the 12% private land, I'm assuming that's probably closer to the end of the migration when it is towards button up against the highway. And this is the same place we're getting ready to build fencing and underpasses and stuff. I mean, because it makes sense to me, that's where, the better land is going to be towards the end, towards the valley where they want to go. Is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Mr. President, if I may.
Go ahead.
So Doug, I didn't realize, but I learned in your presentation about the ownership of landowners being 12% and respecting them. And they do have opportunity for habitat improvement opportunity, fencing, et cetera. But in the threat assessment, human development is the largest threat to these critters. So I'm thinking of this now as a deer. And I'm trying to help my landowners that I got a bunch of email from. Conservation easements is what this corridor needs more than a designation. I think the identification is critical. But what in this area for those private landowners, what conservation easement entity could we engage with and activate in this area?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw. So really those landowners, their first step is to work with our lander office. So Amy Anderson is there working with on habitat projects and would steer them in the right direction. As Brian mentioned this morning, there's an RCPP program that's out there, and then the USDA migration program as well. We're still working with them on how that could be approached in this area. But there's just a lot of opportunity out there. And really, from our standpoint, providing the mechanism and the information to those landowners, once they start looking at things, it's available for them if they want to pursue that.
Well, the two entities that are most likely to be helpful is Jackson Hole Land Trust. They're the ones applying for the RCCP and they're doing it in conjunction with Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust. And then Stock Growers is the other one. So those two land trusts are really they're where they get stuff done.
Thanks, Brian.
Anything else? Commissioner Bell, you got your finger on the button.
Mr. President, I move that the commission confirm the identification of the Upper Wind River Mule Deer Migration Corridor.
I'd be glad to second that.
Do we need any discussion from the public prior to this?
Discussion. Been moved and seconded to approve the designation.
Was there public?
We have some public comments. Megan Riley.
Good afternoon, President Ladwig, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. I'm Megan Riley here on behalf of the Wyoming Outdoor Council. And I actually live in DuBois, so these deer are very near and dear to my heart. I have literally shared my yard with them for over a decade, so I'm very happy that we're talking about keeping them moving today. I'm very happy to voice my organization's support for the department mapping and sharing data for the Upper Wind River Mule Deer Migration Corridor. Having managers, county government, and landowners able to use that information will help them make better, more informed land use decisions for the property that they're in charge of. And as usual, the science is just stellar. I mean, commendations to the biologists for what they've done here. And I believe making detailed maps available to the public is incredibly beneficial. So we're very happy that that's the direction the department wants to move in. In addition to voicing our support for formally recognizing this migration corridor, we did want to offer a couple of recommendations. First, we would urge the department to make sure that this corridor is prioritized for NRCS funding through USDA's Migratory Big Game Initiative, especially if funding streams change or become more competitive in the future. I think landowners can do a lot of good for these deer if they have the financial backing to take on habitat improvement projects and fencing projects. I can tell you from personal experience that there is cheatgrass showing up in the DuBois area in places it has never been before. So the Upper Wind River Valley is not immune to the scourge of invasive annual grasses. Which brings me to our second point. The area around DuBois is actually fairly protected. And we agree with the evaluation that migration is less imperiled for this herd than a lot of others in other parts of the state. We also agree that residential development is the chief threat for migration for these animals. Of course, state policy on migration corridors doesn't offer tools to influence how residential development or subdivision happens on private land, but it can influence what development looks like on state lands. With the legislature currently pushing for residential development on state land, we believe the department will be better situated to safeguard this herd's migration with the added authority conferred through designation, especially on a few key state parcels. And I'm thinking in particular of one on the Jakey's Fork right next to the fish hatchery. So it seems like there could be circumstances where having that extra tool in the toolbox could come in handy. And as you consider next steps for this migration corridor, I would ask you to ask yourselves the following questions. First, do we expect threats and pressures on seasonal movement to continue growing in the coming decades for this herd? And I think we can all agree that that's probably likely, especially given the demands for housing in that part of the state. And then the other question is there a downside to affording these animals a greater degree of protection by designating this migration corridor? If the answer to that second question is no, there isn't a downside or a problem that the department foresees from going that route, we would urge you to consider pursuing designation for the Upper Wind River Mule Deer Migration Corridor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Next, next comment is Bud Betts.
Mr. President, members of the commission, thanks for letting me speak. Little more by background. I'm one of the 12% people right in the smack dab in the middle of the identification corridor. If you look at the map, the brown swath that you see on the northern part of the migration routes, there's one north of the highway, there's one south of the highway. So that runs right through our property. We have a guest ranch and outfitting business up the Dunor. So a little bit of my background. I served in the Wyoming legislature during the 1990s. I currently am on the Wyoming Board of Tourism. And so we've been up there 41 years, and we've seen this kind of death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing where these small little rural subdivisions start coming in. Just to cut to the quick, I know my written comments said that I was in favor of designation. And being a parliamentarian, being an ex-legislator, I understand the only question you have in front of you is identification, whether or not to accept that or not. And then I understand also that in the future, designation might be an option. All I am advocating for is to facilitate and to smooth the process as much as possible to get this process going to where we can, landowners, private landowners have access to funding, federal, other federal efforts, and then of course conservation easements come into that. We had a meeting of all the major landowners up the Dunor Valley, which is where that northern part of the migration route. We had a meeting of all the landowners a couple months ago with some of the land trusts that operate in the area, the Jackson Hole Land Trust, the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust, Zach, one of your employees, Zach Gregory was there, various other people to start talking about this issue on a private level. And now hopefully we can coordinate on a public level with your office and the other federal and state partners. And I think just as an aside, you might look at a big player that may or may not be identified here as your state lands. There's a tremendous amount of state land up there in that northern part, especially of those corridors, of that corridor that's heading, that's going west to east. So I guess just once again, I would just really, whatever it takes. I'm not advocating for designation. I'm just advocating that we do the best possible thing that we can do to get this process going. Not only, of course, with the highway crossing project, but also with some of the advantages that come with or could come potentially with this identification. I'll just give you a plain example real quick, and I don't want to take too much time here, but we've got about 700 acres up there, and the east side of our property is where that brown swath goes through. It's just, that's one of the big bottlenecks and that's the east side of our property. I put in about nearly a mile of game-friendly fence about 3 years ago. We did. And if you don't know what it is, it's that smooth rail on top. It's a barbed wire underneath and then a smooth wire underneath that. It's about 40 to 44 inches high, and it works. It works great. It'll hold a cow, it'll hold a horse. So, but the rest of our land, my land, and then all the other people, we got a bunch of old, gnarly old five strand barbed wire that, and that stuff can get, that can get nearly 50 inches high, and it's tough. It's tough on game. So if we could use some help or coordination or cost sharing, whatever it may be, on that kind of stuff, if we're going to have this corridor and recognize it and allow it to work and save these animals and build back the species, build back the herd. So I stand for any questions. Thanks for letting me speak.
Any questions?
Mr. President, thank you for your comments. I appreciate them. I would, just by means of comment, I'd reach out to the department, the group of people that you've got together, and see what resources might be available to help. I mean, you heard him talk about it, so I encourage you, even if the corridor wasn't identified at all, But this is a question, everybody talks about, the human impact. The development of rural areas is the big impact. And, it's a silly question, but isn't zoning a method by which some of this could be addressed?
Mr. Masterson, yes, it is. Sure. I agree with that. And yes, whether or not you create this, this designation, we're going to continue with this process on our landowners,
Sure.
our local landowners. And we'll talk with Game and Fish, we'll talk with state, talk with the feds, we'll continue to talk with the land trusts, and then hopefully get access to some of this migration money that's coming through the federal process. And yes, we're starting the discussion with our county planning commission. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're not going to miss any of the critical players in this process, but rural subdivisions, quite bluntly, are what represent the greatest threat
I agree.
in the Du Bois area to this issue as well as elsewhere in the state.
Agreed.
Rural development, it doesn't have to be a subdivision, whatever, roads, whatever it may be.
Right.
So,
I've just never heard anybody comment about the remedy of county commissions putting up some sort of zoning that might be of assistance. So I was just curious if you had pursued that, and it sounds like you're on it. So
appreciate it, Mr.
thank
Master.
you.
Yeah, but obviously there's a bit of a hurdle there in some of the dealing with some of the ideology, if you will, which is some of it is well-founded.
Understood.
In terms of private property, or property rights and prescriptions that flow through that brand of thinking that go through the planning process. So, but that'll definitely be, we want to get this done.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Matthew? I'm gonna say that last name. Yellowstone.
Cousin Creo. President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners, thanks very much. My name is Matt Couzacrio. I am with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. And we were one of the 34% of groups that was very much in support of identification of the corridor, but also respectfully asking that the commission consider directing the department towards designation, or at least clarify some of the channels by which that process might be moved forward in the future. So listening to Deputy Chief Brimeier's presentation, it's encouraging to know that designation obviously is not off the table should the commission decide to direct the department towards identification. But designation does confer some benefits to the management of the corridor. It confers benefits to the department in terms of management flexibility that identification doesn't necessarily by writ of the EO. In the EO, as Deputy Chief Brimeier mentioned, permittees would be required to consult with the department should any project on the federal public lands that they'd be permitted for decide to go forward. And Doug did mention that the department would work with permittees to make sure that any impacts to the corridor would be mitigated regardless, but those permittees would have to come forward on their own should the corridor just be identified versus designated, where a designation would require that. Director Nesbitt mentioned that the federal land management agencies would have kind of all that they would need to do the conservation work on the ground that they might want to do, given the maps and the map data that the department would provide on either channel of this process, a designation or identification. But again, the department gets a louder voice in these federal land management planning processes, and thankfully we do have a BLM office at Alander that's got some pretty good protections for the BLM public lands in that area. But the Shoshone National Forest did just go through a travel management planning process that could have some impacts to the migration corridor, you know, should those projects go through the way that they were proposed. And I know that the department was involved in that anyway. They were consulted as well, but kind of a louder voice is always feels worthwhile. Next, I would say I'd echo some of the other comments, specifically some that Megan made. Clearly, private land development is the biggest issue for retaining the functionality of this corridor and allowing these animals to get down to winter range where they need to get. And the EO has no impact on public or on private land development whatsoever. But voluntary incentive-based programs that landowners can enroll in obviously help them pay for conservation measures on the ground. And we've heard a bunch that that sort of there's no barrier to enrolling in those voluntary incentive-based conservation programs, specifically through USDA, the Big Game Migratory Initiative or Migratory Big Game Initiative. But folks at the federal level have indicated that we don't have great clarity yet between, that an identified corridor would be prioritized as a priority area the way that that the currently designated corridors are. Now, we don't yet have clarity that should this corridor get designated, this would be included as a priority area, but it might be an easier case than an identified corridor. So we'd also just ask that we get some clarity on that should we stay with the identification route. But either way, we applaud the department and thanks for the formal recognition of this critical habitat. And I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Any questions?
Thank you much.
Thank you. Jennifer Lamb.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. President, Director Nesvik. Thank you. I will not speak too long because a lot of good things have already been said, but I work for the Nature Conservancy. I am a stand-in for Sarah Domek, who's our migration lead, I think has visited with you in the past. First of all, just thank you. Thank you to the department for recognizing this herd and this corridor. We're very much in support of that. And frankly, given the analysis and the threat evaluation, which I think was very thorough and accurate in terms of how we see this landscape, we feel pretty confident where you've arrived. But for one small thing, which I'll just mention by way of just asking for a little bit of attention to it. And to give you some context for this comment, many of you probably were involved in or at least watched the designation process in the sublet herd. As a conservation nonprofit, our job largely is to work with private landowners on the easements you're talking about, on invasive treatment, on fence modification. I will tell you that when that herd or that corridor was established so clearly with such amazing data, conservation groups were jumping with joy because suddenly our jobs to identify the most important places in these giant landscapes were made much easier by the data. And in particular, by the sort of tiered approach, bottlenecks, high use, low use, and various flavors of important habitat. Many of you might recall the Luke Lynch Wildlife Habitat Management Area process, which came about largely in my maybe narrow viewpoint, because that was inside a bottleneck. I guess I feel like that might be the one downside here is if bottlenecks are not established in the identification process. So I might just, from, again, the standpoint of the private land NGO here, yeah, I do want my job to be a little easier. I do want my dollars to go to the most important places. They're not easy to raise. And so anything we can do to help that incentivize private land conservation happen more effectively with the limited resources we have is a huge bonus for these critters. So, but again, thank you for this work. Thank you for all of the effort on data, on making this information available to us. This is super, super helpful to the work that we do, and we're grateful for your partnership. And thanks for the consideration you're giving it today. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, Deputy Director Reimeyer. We've heard quite a bit of positive from the department's view. Do you see or can you relate some negatives with either program, whether it would be identified or designated from what the department sees?
Yes, Mr. President and members of the commission, the negatives I see is that I think when you look statewide, I think we need to be we need to be cognizant of what the risks are and across the state. And this is one of those, we felt like sublet antelope really deserved to be moved forward. And we felt that was going to take a lot of our personnel time to do that. This one we felt was not as big of a risk because of the land protections that were in place. And so we felt that it did not warrant that. And if we move forward, to me, one of the negatives would be is that we'd end up dedicating a lot of time to one that we don't feel really rises to that level and take away from some of the things we could be doing in other parts of the state, particularly the sublet pronghorn.
I'll just add, Doug's exactly right, Mr. President. So here's the other thing is when we say designate, that's a big deal. And we need to make it a big deal, and we need to be able to justify it with really good data and science. And as Doug said in his presentation, and he just said again, the data and the science doesn't identify a threat on public land that I think gives us what we really need to be serious. When the public hears us say designate, we want them to say, okay, this is really important. You need to designate it. If we designate every single corridor we identify, even when we don't have science to say that we need to protect it at those higher levels, we're going to lose some of the power of our punch. The other thing I think that's a minor thing here is that there's, the EO addresses state lands, but at the end of the day, it's an ask. Because the state land board doesn't have to follow a governor's EO. In the state, it's essentially deeded land overseen by the office or overseen by the state land board. And the governor's one member of that board.
And Mr. President, if I could add too, I think the EO was created for this very situation, and that, like Brian said, we've got some really important areas in Wyoming. And so the EO spells it out that some places deserve designation and some areas identification is appropriate to maintain that functionality. And we believe that's the case here. So
Thank you.
I have one question left in my head, Mr. President, and I'm not sure who I would ask it to, but I think Megan's public comment makes great sense. And there is a push for housing development of state lands. So in this situation, in this area of the state that I'm not familiar with, what could the department do with the state land board and mitigate, ask them not to develop those state lands in this area?
I think I can answer that, Mr. President. If today that happened without any identification, without any designation, we would go take all this data to the state land board and say, this is a bad idea because on this particular tract of state land, this migration corridor that we've documented would be impacted. If it's identified, it's really the same process. We're going to tell the state land board when they consider this, we don't like it for wildlife. It's a bad thing for wildlife. If it's designated, it's the same thing. I mean, we're going to say state land board don't do this because it's going to impact functionality of the corridor. I suppose there's an argument that could be made that somehow it's a stronger ask if it's designated, but I don't know that at the end of the day that has much of an effect with the land board specifically.
Any further discussion?
I guess I just have, Mr. President, one.
Commissioner Roberts.
Well, we've designated the sublet antelope corridor, and I think that was utmost importance. And I think and that's full steam ahead. And we love to see it. And now the upper Wind River, we had any consideration on the Wyoming range mule deer that might come in? And I don't want to muddy the water with this, but I just wanted, I think it's something that this commission should just always keep moving forward to protect our habitat and our wildlife.
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts and Brian, you may jump in here too as well. It's a priority for us, and there's certain tasks that we're trying to get to before we get to that point, and we still got some data sets that we're still evaluating from there. Kevin's got, I think there's probably 100 deer that are still marked there, and we'll have a pretty defensible data set once we get to that point, and we're hoping to get there at some point. We're not there yet. And Brian
Yeah, because I believe, out of the whole state, I think that Wyoming range mule deer herd is hit the worst out of any of it. So I think that as far as priorities in my mind, that would have to be right up at the top, but.
Well, I think to Doug's point, Mr. President, if we stop at identification here, then we can start working on the next priority. If we spend all the time to go through the designation process at the same time we're already doing sublet pronghorn, because we haven't designated yet, we're in the process. We're doing that biological risk assessment and all that work that goes along with the designation process. If we do that here again now too, it's going to delay other priorities. The other one that's out there that is at some point going to need to be looked at, because we're starting to get some great data, is I don't even know what we call it. It's Grand Teton to the Shoshone, essentially that deer migration corridor. That may likely be in the same spot as this one. We don't know yet, but that's another one that needs some attention at some point.
And I most move towards designation on the other ones.
Commissioner Brokaw?
I was just gonna say, I've heard enough discussion. I'm ready to call for the question on my motion.
We have one more public comment that we missed.
No, I don't think so.
Well, yeah, we do. Go ahead, Jess, because she just put different numbers down, but she wanted to comment on this one.
Mr. President, there is one online.
Oh, okay. This was on a different item. Go ahead, Jess. Sorry.
Mr. President, Commissioners, I'll keep it really brief because I match a lot of what came before, but I wanted to give a little perspective also, I think, to what Doug Bremeyer and Nesvik talked about with how we go forward with identification or designation and making sure that when we say designate, it does pack a punch. Because I remember when we first had the executive order come out, the legislature brought 3 bills forward that was trying to wrestle it away from an executive order and put it into statute. One of them asked that we only stop at 7 corridors, period. They didn't want more than 7. And that bill made it a pretty long ways through. So there's a lot of appetite and fear, I think, in the larger political landscape of like, we're just going to willy-nilly designate everything that goes through. That's not the case. That's not the work that these people are doing that is saying the exact threats, and they're putting forward really good data to back that up. It's incredible. And the other side of that is that the executive order does not talk about urban development. It doesn't even touch on it. So whether you identify it or designate it, it does not matter. Urban development's going to be an issue. I do think that if we talk about identify, and we can take that data and we can go to commission meetings, county commission meetings and other places to have those discussions, we have that punch. We can say, hey, this can't happen here, and we can do that. But it is also important to look forward to the future, much like you were talking about with the Wyoming range herd. That one does need something, and we do need to look at it. And we have got to keep the tools to pack a punch when we say this thing deserves designation. But we are fully in support of identification. I think the other side of it being is if a threat does come up and we do need to look back at this place and look at designating it. Maybe another tool comes in, maybe an executive order changes down the road, which for the reason that we fought all the migration bills is because an executive order is flexible and can be changed rather than going through the legislative process, which makes it very hard to change things. So keeping this executive order flexible, I think demonstrating that flexibility by going forward with with identification, but keeping designation as a tool if we need to bring it back out. Because the threat assessment in there that they talked about, that this amazing team of scientists and all of the data that has come forward is talking about urban development. It's an issue we're going to have to wrestle a lot. And I think there's going to be a lot more work coming forward. I think the other thing, and the thing that I was really heartened to see, is that from public comment, they've added language into this identification about recreation and cheatgrass. That shows me that you guys, the department, the scientists here, they're listening to people's concerns. I think that's still going forward, that's still happening. The other side of that is that they've made it very clear that if the landowners are looking for those USDA dollars, that NRCS funding, it is not tied to identification. It doesn't matter whichever one you pick, that is still available to them as long as the Game and Fish prioritize the area, which the scientists with the data, I'm sure will do in whatever way they see fit and whatever the priority makes sense to have. So we as Wyoming Wildlife Federation are certainly behind this identification. I think we'd be behind designation if it meant somewhere down the road that we needed it, but we're behind this identification step at the very least right now. It's an incredible tool to have. It demonstrates the flexibility of an EO that I hope we can keep using to do this longer and continue work in Wyoming across the state and not just in one place.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question for Ms. Johnson. Were you in debate club? I would not want to go against you or after you. That was very well spoken.
Thank you. And no, I was not. I was just a pain in my father's butt.
Anything else? Thanks, Jess.
Thank you.
Got one online?
This is the one online, Richard. Oh, Nick Dobrik.
Nick Dobrik, you there?
I sure am.
Okay, we can hear you.
Great. Is there a way to turn on my video too? Um. Hey, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Now you're gone.
Thank you. President Ladwig, Director Nesvik, Commissioners, my name is Nick Dobrich. I come to you today wearing two different hats. I'm here in Du Bois and I'm a landowner. And I also represent the Wilderness Society who I work for. First, I want to take a minute and thank Director Nesvik for your long tenure of work on behalf of our wildlife. And I hope you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor with more hunting and fishing trips. And I look forward also to working with Director Bruce in the future. So congratulations to both of you. I appreciate the department's hard work at recognizing this corridor and bringing it forward. I hope that commission can take the additional step today and vote for actually designating the corridor. I think Director Nesbitt kind of set me up, teed me up for this in terms of like what sort of message. I think personally it sends a stronger message to landowners. I mean, you guys are having this conversation today as a commission. Imagine yourselves in the shoes of a Forest Service district ranger or the Fremont County commissioners having the same conversation. So, you know, this has to do with Forest Service, BLM, OSLI. These managers have tons of different priorities to juggle when making decisions on new projects. You know, in Du Bois, we're not going to see an oil and gas well like we're going to see in the Upper Green. We're going to see a new right-of-way plot project. You know, as another landowner mentioned, it's been a death by 1,000 cuts in this region. And when the district ranger or someone else has to go make a decision, you know, they have a ton to juggle. They're looking at threatened endangered species. That includes lynx, not deer. They're looking at water resources, climate, special uses, the list goes on. So if Game and Fish doesn't want to send the strong message that they want this corridor protected, I think it's really highly unlikely that they'll do the same, that the managers will give it the full consideration when they go to make the project planning and decisions. Additionally, we talked about state lands. You know, we've seen that development in the neighboring, or those development proposals in the neighboring county, Teton. And it's likely we're going to see the similar proposals at some point in the future. Hopefully not anytime soon, but you know, it's very likely of where we're heading. And as you heard, there's a few really important parcels in this corridor that are state lands. And again, when the board, when OSLI and State Board of Land Commissioners go to make this decision, I mean, you can't argue that a designation would not give the deer a stronger hand than they would at identification. In terms of private land, I think, you know, we all know that that is the biggest threat to this corridor. And we all know that it's excluded, like very, very pointedly excluded from the language in the executive order. However, the same way the designation sends a strong message to landowners, it would be the same with county commissioners and planners when they go to make those decisions regarding subdivision proposals and other development. So if private land development is the biggest threat, why wouldn't we want to send a strong message to those who are making those tough decisions? one thing I think still question, well, there's a couple of things still I think out on the table there that could be helpful for clarification. I think that one is bottlenecks. You know, ensuring that the bottlenecks are protected is probably the most important thing if we're gonna protect the corridor. The executive order clearly states that bottlenecks should be mapped at the time of identification. For whatever reason, the department is saying they're not gonna recognize bottlenecks till it's designated. So I don't agree with this deviation from the executive order. However, it makes it more important that the commission moves forward with designation today. How could we ensure we don't lose this corridor if we don't recognize the bottlenecks where they are? And as a reminder, I'm surprised I'm the first one to say this, but in terms of like the list of priorities in the state, you know, I'm part of the other 3,400 first choice resident applicants for this herd, just for 40 tags. So in terms of the hunting community, you know, as probably many of you are in the room, this is the herd that people are applying for those coveted tags. And this is a migration hunt. This is a migration herd. So if we're gonna, you know, it should be, I would deem it one of the most priorities, even though if it doesn't come to the biggest level of threats. So I know, just to close, I know I've taken a lot of time. Thank you. But the fact that the fact that the matter is the executive order is a wonky policy document, and the majority of the public doesn't know the nuance between identification and designation. The overarching message, though, from the public is they want to protect it. And as the policy stands, the best way to do that is with a designation status. So thank you for your work, and I'm happy to answer any questions, even if it's about the fire and the smoke here in Du Bois. Thank you for your time.
Any questions or comments for Nick? Thank you, Nick. Discussion?
I'm just ready to vote.
Bring it on.
We have the motion, we have the second, we've had the discussion, no more public comment. I call for the question, Mr. Chairman, President.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commission.
Break time. We'll take about a 15-minute break, come back at 3 o'clock.
I guess I'll be ready when they tell me I'm ready. Well, while they're loading that up, good afternoon, President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. I'm here to talk to you today about big game objective reviews. So I do recognize, I think this commission has not rotated out since the last time you've heard some of this spiel from Deputy Chief Brimmeyer. So I'll go over the objective review process fairly quickly. Please stop me if you have any questions, but I don't need to repeat too much. But just as a quick little reminder, I will touch on it. So management by objective, that's how we manage all of our big game herd units. It gives us a sense of accountability, and it's really planned management. It's so, you know, we know where we're going with big game herd unit management. So the public knows where we're going with big game herd unit management. So in Wyoming, just as a reminder, you know, we manage all of our big game herds by herd unit. So we'll use that term herd and herd unit interchangeably. And some herds in Wyoming consist of multiple hunt areas. Some of them are single hunt area herd units. So here in Wyoming, we have 140 total big game herd units. And as you can see, when you actually look at the number of hunt areas, we're approaching 500, I think. So let's see. So how does management by objective work? Well, essentially there's kind of 4 main stages. So first of all, we got to collect the data on the population. So we monitor abundance. So that's how many animals are in the population. You guys have heard presentations from us before on conducting siteability surveys. Those line transect surveys we've heard about a few times today, that's an abundance estimate for our pronghorn populations. Siteability for deer and elk. Our sex and age composition surveys, that's where we get our buck and our bull ratios and fawn and calf ratios and things like that. Then how many animals do we harvest? We measure that through our harvest survey. And we feed all that into those integrated population models we have. So it's just basically a population model. That's how we estimate how many animals are in that population. All the while we're looking at these data and estimating that population, we're also considering the available habitat in each of those herd units. So are the animals that we have in that population suited to what the landscape can support? So then with that, we establish an objective for each herd unit. The objectives are ultimately approved by you, the commission. We then have to gauge where we're at in relation to that objective. So we set our hunting seasons to try to manage that population toward objective, to bring that herd up or down or keep it the same depending on where we're at. And then at the end of the day, we still have to evaluate every year where we're at. Did we get there? Did our hunting seasons get there? Did something else happen? Did we have a severe winter, a disease outbreak that may have dramatically changed the population? And then we have to adjust seasons accordingly in management. So, and with all this management by objective, I should say, it's really, our stakeholders are really, really key in how we go about establishing these objectives. So first of all, though, the number one thing that we need to consider is the carrying capacity of the landscape. That's probably a term you guys have all heard, but by carrying capacity, I refer to how much or how many animals can that landscape support given available habitat. Carrying capacity is really kind of a fluid thing over time. It can change from year to year. I mean, think of a dry year like this year and compare it to a wet year just like last year. So there's annual variability in carrying capacity, but there's also long-term variation. You could have some things like the wildfires in Northeast Wyoming may affect long-term carrying capacity if it does in fact result in huge invasion of invasive annual grasses. Conversely, wildfires, like say in the Mullen Fire in the Snowies, may really improve long-term carrying capacity as it regenerates aspen communities, willow communities, things like that. Human disturbance, whether it's houses like we just heard about in the last migration corridor presentation, developments, those sorts of things can degrade the long-term carrying capacity of that landscape. So we always have to evaluate that. But then we also have, what we call the social carrying capacity. And those can mean different things to different constituents. So for example, we get an awful lot of public input with respect to, say, some of our mule deer and our pronghorn herds, where that social carrying capacity can be a lot higher than perhaps what the landscape can support. A lot of folks, in a lot of cases, including in the landowner community, would like to see more and more animals. And sometimes that may be more than what that landscape can support. But conversely, let's take elk, for example. We all know issues with over objective elk populations in central and eastern Wyoming. In a lot of cases, our elk herds are not limited by the carrying capacity of that landscape. If we didn't have our foot on the gas with harvest, we could really, really grow elk numbers. But we have a social carrying capacity there because we all recognize the issues that too many elk can cause, especially within our agricultural community. So we're always trying to balance that. And all the while, we're trying to see where's that population fit in between those. Oops. And I guess the last thing I would say with respect to this is when we're establishing these objectives, not only do we need approval from you, the commission, but we need to ensure that they're transparent to the public. We need to ensure that they're measurable, they're quantifiable, and again, they're bounded by those carrying capacity concerns. So our process is what we do is we attempt to evaluate all of our big game herd unit objectives every 5 years. So out of those 140 herds, each region has X number of herds. They try to go through all of their herds and review those objectives on a rotating 5-year basis. So they try to just cycle through those. And so every year, when those herd units are up for objective review, the regions look at them. They kind of already know where they're sitting because they're constantly talking to their publics, to their landowner community, that sort of thing. They know where those populations are in relation to that objective. And they're considering what the habitat can support. And so in most cases, it really is in the vast majority of cases, they kind of realize that the objectives don't really need to change. So for example, this year, collectively in the regions, we took out 40 herd units for an objective review, and we're only proposing changes for 5. So, excuse me. So then with respect to each objective, there's also a second tier, and those are management strategies. But as far as the types of objectives, let me get back up here. We have 4 types of objectives. So we have postseason population objectives. So that's how many animals do we have after the hunters go home, after the hunting season, how many of those animals are in that population, and that's the target that we want to manage for. And we have a midwinter trend count objective, and that's where we try to identify, key parcels of winter range, fly those parcels every year, and based on and do it in a repeatable fashion, based on the number of animals we see in those parcels, we then index that to population trends. So if we're flying those same winter ranges year after year, and the number of elk, for example, are going up, the assumption is that population is increasing. So in those cases, we don't actually estimate the population, we estimate population trend. Then we have landowner and hunter satisfaction based objectives. And I'm going to actually talk to you guys a little bit more about this later in the presentation. We're actually going to move away from those. We're proposing to, and we'll be seeking some guidance from you all on that. But basically is the way they sit now is they're based on a satisfaction measure. And we've implemented these types of objectives in areas where it's really problematic for various reasons for us to estimate populations. So let's just take the Black Hills elk herd, for example. It's an interstate elk herd. Elk are going back and forth from South Dakota to Wyoming. They're really heavily timbered up. It's really difficult for us to actually estimate the number of elk in that herd, because in any given year, a higher or lower percentage of them may be in South Dakota when we're conducting our surveys. So in those cases, we've implemented satisfaction-based objectives. And so we're striving for 60% hunter satisfaction, and that's tied to our harvest survey. That's a question that we routinely ask of all of our big game hunters. And then it's also tied to 60% landowner satisfaction. So we gauge landowner satisfaction through either a series of mailings or organized scheduled meetings every year. Then the last type of objective we have, which we won't really go into much today, is our limited opportunity objective. That's what we save for our moose and bighorn sheep herds. And we have metrics there that we try to manage for, such as a long-term mean age of harvested bulls. So for example, over the last 3 years, in a moose herd, we want or a bighorn sheep herd, we want the mean age of harvested rams to be between 6 and 8 years old. So with that, then each of those types of management objectives has a management strategy that underlies that. When we're talking about management strategies, we have 3 basic types. They're essentially, they get at how we manage male ratios in that population. So I'll go into them each in a little bit more detail. We have recreational, special, and private land. So with recreational management, that's essentially our maximum opportunity management framework. So we manage things more liberally relative to the number of animals, and particularly male animals on the landscape. So an easy way to think about it is general versus limited quota deer hunt areas and herd units. So most of our general licensed deer herd units are under recreational management versus limited quota, hard to draw areas are under our special management strategy. So special management, we are managing for a higher number of males in the population. There's typically less opportunity in those cases. They're more sought after licenses, harder to draw. It's an improved hunting experience overall, higher harvest success rates, but again, licenses get tougher to come by. So just to give you guys a little bit of an example, if we're comparing mule deer in a special management area, we will manage postseason for $30 to $45 per 100 does. In a recreational management area, it's 20 to 29. For pronghorn, it's 60 to 70 for special and 30 to 59 for recreational. Then the last one, the last sub-objective that we use that we try to minimize our use of this, but we do utilize it in places, is our private land management strategy. And that's essentially where it's just really difficult for us to even try to affect male ratios through licenses, whether it's the number of licenses we issue in a limited quota framework or the number of days we have in a general license season, because of they're just predominantly private land areas. And these areas, you know, access is controlled almost exclusively by landowners and outfitters. So it just gives us a more transparent way to manage, because we can't necessarily manage towards those target ratios. So just to give you an idea of how this looks in reality. So here's an example of our Medicine Bow pronghorn herd unit. So it consists of 7 hunt areas, just, you know, between Casper and Medicine Bow. Within this herd unit, we try to define these herd units based on, ultimately, the way it always was we tried to define herd units based on less than 10% interchange. So in theory, less than 10% of those animals will leave that herd unit and go into an adjacent herd unit. That can be a tough thing to measure in reality, but that's kind of the gist of it. In a lot of cases, these herd units have actually evolved over time. This is a good example of one. So here up by Casper and really where we're at here in Douglas, antelope areas 30 and 31 are on the front range of the Laramie Range. There was an old radio collar study in the early 1990s where a bunch of those radio collared pronghorn actually went up through the Laramie Mountains and summered in Shirley Basin. And so decisions there were made to combine these hunt areas into the rest of the Medbow pronghorn herd based on that research. So we're always looking at that and trying to better define our herd units as we go. So in a case like this, the objective is actually 40,000 pronghorn post-season. Again, that's after the hunters go home, and this is a recreational management strategy herd. So we're trying to basically, these herd unit designations, we're trying to encapsulate all the seasonal ranges that animal spends time in throughout its annual life cycle. So spring, summer, winter, fall ranges. So I think I already said this, but now well, I guess I should stop for questions. Does anyone have any questions on the objective review process so far? Okay, so now going into what we actually did for 2024. Again, managers looked at 40 herd units across the state. They, based on their evaluations, public input, those sorts of things, they decided to maintain status quo in 35 of those 40 herds, and then take 5 of those herds and actually propose revisions to those objectives. So we'll go by species here, but just to start off, so the very first one is our Becton pronghorn unit up by Sheridan. I should probably start off by saying right away, this is a herd unit that was actually not impacted by the Northeast Wyoming wildfires. It's up here, it's actually east of I-90. And so this is one of those where it was under the landowner hunter satisfaction based objective. And those objectives, they can become problematic. And I'm going to get into that just a little bit later. But because we are trying to get away from that type of objective, we want to go with a postseason numeric objective. And as what happened here is for years and years and years, we actually never really tried to estimate this population. And it's really because of one reason. There's so much urban development throughout that entire area from Buffalo to Sheridan with horse properties and things like that. It's been kind of problematic in the past to really conduct extensive aerial surveys there. There's a lot of country you have to avoid to do that. And that kind of, it really complicates the analysis of those surveys. But nevertheless, we tried anyway and actually had some success by some newer techniques that we're implementing with this. So we actually came up with kind of a rough estimate there. We need to continue to refine this in the future, but based on the estimate that they came up with and where we think we need to be, the managers are proposing an objective of 1,500 pronghorn. And they arrived at, and you'll notice in the upcoming slides, the green line will be the proposed objective. And others, the red line will be the existing objective. I don't have one here because it's it's a satisfaction-based objective. But they arrived at 1,500 for a couple things. So we have a new modeling technique, that IPM that we've now had in place for 3 years. We're able to retrospectively estimate this population going back with this new model. And based on the landowner satisfaction percentages that they got, from surveys they've conducted every year for years and years,
they've kind of figured out, looking at the retrospective estimates, that landowners were kind of happiest when pronghorn numbers were between 1,200 and 1,800. And so that's where they arrived at 1,500. And they feel like this should really balance landowner satisfaction, but without going too wild in terms of trying to really increase pronghorn numbers from current levels, because they do have some concerns with overutilization of sagebrush in some areas. This is a herd, and as you'll see, if we do adopt this objective as proposed, right now, we're currently estimating it just over 1,000 pronghorn. And so we would be proposing to allow this herd to grow from current levels. This herd was affected a little bit by the 22-23 winter, not near to the extent that Western Wyoming was, but you'll kind of notice here that average harvest over the previous 5 years was 349, and last year only 215 license cuts have been made, that sort of thing. So.
Excuse me, Mr. President, could you, I guess I need more help with the blue line. With the.
Oh, yeah, President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts. So the blue line is just each dot here represents the estimate, the population estimate for that herd for that year. So in a case like this, we're estimating that's probably somewhere around 2,100 pronghorn in the year 2011. And these bars around it are just the error bars. So you're 90% confident it's going to be within this lower level and this upper level. So the current estimate here would be this point here, and that's putting it right around 1,000.
So that's you said the confidence or bar, okay. The longer the bar, what does that designate?
It means the less confident we are. So the wider range of error within that estimate.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So if you have a wider range of error, you're less sure in the accuracy of that actual point estimate. So it would be like the difference of, say it's 1,000 pronghorn plus or minus 100 versus plus or minus 300. If it's plus or minus 100, we have a little bit more confidence in that actual point estimate of 1,000.
So why are we wanting to increase it then? If our confidence is so low, why are we increasing? Am I missing?
Oh, yeah, it's probably a little bit more detail than necessary, I guess. I think the most important thing would be to key in on the actual estimate, which would be, oh, my laser pointer's dying, I guess, which would be that if you look close, there's actually a little round point where that line intercepts it. So that would be the actual estimate. So it would be right here. Correct. Justin's going all wild. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So I guess the bottom line, Commissioner Roberts, is in this case, we're estimating we've got around 1,000 pronghorn, and I could look up the exact estimate if you wanted, but the objective that we would be hoping to establish would be for 1,500 pronghorn postseason. So we would basically want to increase that herd by about 50% from its current levels.
So, but we don't have very confidence high. The confidence is really low on that.
Well, I guess maybe this could help clear up some confusion. So every estimate we provide now, whether it's a deer, elk, or antelope herd, it doesn't matter. Every estimate that we provide will have an error now associated with it. So it's always going to be, we are 90% confident that that estimate is between this lower part of it or this upper part of it. So really, I think to simplify this, it would probably should just point a graph with the actual point estimate there rather than have the error associated with it. It's just kind of a new standard, especially since the SRA units actually
turning us into real quantitative biologists at times.
Yeah, and I'm slow sometimes, so it takes a while, so.
No, I understand why it'd be confusing.
Realistically, on that last one, you're saying there's probably somewhere, could be anywhere between 500 and about 1,400.
Correct.
Could be.
Could be, but yeah, so Commissioner Ladwig, the way we would actually formally report that would still be the actual estimate, we'd call it the point estimate. So let's just say, for example, it's 1,009 pronghorn. That's what we would actually publish in our reports. So for the Casper region, this is our other pronghorn herd. This is our North Natrona herd. It's hunt area 73. It's just northwest of Casper. This is a single hunt area herd unit. Here, the postseason objective is 11,000 pronghorn. We are proposing to increase this population to 15,000 pronghorn. This is a population that can actually really explode on us when environmental conditions are favorable. It boasts arguably the highest density of pronghorn in the nation when conditions are good. As you can see, I don't have my laser pointer now, but in the year 2018, that population built substantially between 2013 and 2018. Just a series of pretty good wet springs in that country coupled with mild winters. So we had good survival and just conditions were really good for growth, good fawn production, that sort of thing. And then we had really happy for a long time. It's 2/3 of its public land. We minus one kind of moderate concern from a landowner. We really didn't have any landowner concerns, even when we had a really high population. At the time, we were issuing 2,450 licenses per year. The 2018-19 winter was pretty tough, as well as the 2019-20. And then we coupled that with some losses to epizootic hemorrhagic disease. So that population actually crashed fairly quickly. And I shouldn't say crashed, it came back down to earth to more manageable levels. Since then, we've subsequently really reduced our license issuance. We've gone from 2,450 licenses. Just clear this year, our license issuance is 400. We no longer have any doe fawn harvest, that sort of thing. Now we have some really upset hunters. And we've got a bunch of hunters saying, what'd you do to all the pronghorn? It was great just 5 years ago. Well, we're still estimating this herd is darn near our objective. We're estimating it's somewhere around 10,300 animals. So we've got some pretty upset hunters. We really don't have any significant landowner concerns. We've also implemented some sagebrush utilization transects. And so at the current level, and even before the pronghorn herd got down to where it is, we feel like sagebrush browsing has been sustainable, not necessarily at that very upper level, but we feel like over the long term, we can sustainably support 15,000 pronghorn in that hunt area and make a few hunters happy while we're at it. So that would be the proposal there. Okay, moving on to mule deer, back up to the Sheridan region. Our North Bighorn mule deer herd consists of 6 hunt areas. It's hunt areas 24, 25, 27, 7 hunt areas. No, 8, 28, and then 50 through 53. The current objective is 20,000 mule deer postseason. The Sheridan region is proposing to reduce that objective to 15,000 mule deer postseason. So for any of you commissioners that have been on this commission for a while now, you've probably sat through several of these presentations in recent years. We have reduced mule deer population objectives in a lot of places in the state in recent years. And it's really a function of 2 primary things. Number one, mule deer have been performing relatively poorly for the past 25 years. Mule deer populations have declined basically everywhere, everybody, and we all recognize that. But the other thing that's also kind of driving this is we have this new modeling platform that we're using. We're only 3 years into it. Well, in my career, and I've been around just over 20 years now, in my career, we've gone to 3 modeling platforms. We went from this POP2 to a spreadsheet model to our current platform. I won't bore you with the details, but each time we've gone to what we think is an improved model, we've actually realized like past modeling efforts have likely been overestimating populations, and especially with mule deer. I mean, almost unanimously across the case, when we revised our population models with these newer modeling techniques, we're figuring out we actually had less deer than we thought. You couple that with, through the mule deer monitoring package and the increased flight budgets that you guys have provided us, we've collected a lot better data on our mule deer populations in recent years. So a lot of these siteability surveys, we're actually estimating abundance in those herds, is corroborating what what the models are telling us as well. And that is, we had fewer deer than we thought. So all this leads us to propose reducing these objectives, not because we want less mule deer over the long term. It's just because we want to be more transparent to the public, to our landowner community, about what this herd can or should sustainably support, and be realistic. You know, a really famous case was our Wyoming range mule deer population objective. For decades, it was set at 50,000. We're probably never going to get there, not in our lifetime. So it's also setting a more realistic objective. So in this case, the Sheridan region is proposing to reduce it to 15,000 mule deer postseason. We've also improved the estimation technique with that new modeling and siteability surveys. So when you look at the old retrospective estimates, you'll notice that the current objective, which is the red line at 20,000 mule deer, we haven't hit that since 2006. And then it declined fairly sharply through about 2010 or so, and it's really remained stagnant ever since, and below even the new proposed objective of 15,000. So the Sheridan region has expressed some habitat concerns in some areas, and there's certainly noticed an increasing prevalence of CWD, especially in some of those agricultural dominated areas, both in the Bighorn Basin and in Sheridan and Johnson County. So with that, then the Cody region, now moving on to elk. Cody region, this last fall, carved new elk hunt area. It's elk hunt area 65. Basically, they eliminated elk hunt area 53, and is what they split that on the highway going north out of Cody. And essentially that was to develop a new hunt area where they could actually focus and target elk harvest with really liberal general license issuance, and now our new type 8 licenses in that area to alleviate not only ongoing but increasing damage concerns in places that didn't have elk just, several years back. So that's why they actually split out hunt area 65, just to facilitate a more focused harvest, but also then to not have that more liberal harvest prescription affect kind of the quote unquote well-behaving elk, or elk that are actually in classic elk country, where there's more support for having them on the landscape. So with that, the Cody region is really not proposing an objective change. They're just proposing to redistribute the objective just a little bit. So in this case, the existing objective is 3,300 elk using that midwinter trend count. So they strive to count about 3,300 elk. If they're consistently counting above 3,300, they feel like then the population has grown over objective. They'll reduce elk numbers through harvest. If it's below, they'll back off and be more conservative. So in this case, they're proposing to redistribute it to manage for the same number of elk in hunt area 51, but far fewer elk in that new hunt area 65, and then balance that with managing for a few more elk in the revised hunt area 54. And then the last herd unit today is our Snowy Range Moose herd unit. So it's hunt areas 38, 41, 45. So that's the Sierra Madres, Snowy Range, and the Pole Mountain area by Vidavoo, east of Laramie. This population really grew significantly since moose kind of found their way up in the 1980s following a translocation that originated in Colorado, and moose moved north and we inherited that herd. The herd, grew pretty consistently for a long period of time. There's the old existing objective now was a midwinter trend count of 75 moose. Well, managers kind of knew that we had a lot more moose than that. So when you have a trend count objective where you're only actually counting a very small percentage, in this case, the new estimate is we have just north of 1,000 moose. And if your trend count objective is only 1/13 of that population, it's pretty hard to index population trend with that because you're just counting such a small percentage of them. So they also spent a bunch of time and money jumping in an aircraft. They developed a new siteability survey. They actually estimated that population. They counted, I think it was in the neighborhood of 380 or 400 moose, something like that. But based on the number of moose they think they missed through that survey, they actually estimated it just over 1,000. So they are proposing to come up with a new postseason population objective of 950 moose. In this particular moose herd, they have some sub-objectives like a 3-year average age of harvested bulls should always be greater than 4 years old, and 40% of them should be greater than or 5 years old or older. And then they also really monitor browse on willow communities in this herd unit. So they conduct pretty extensive, exhaustive browse surveys, and they're looking at preferred species of willow that moose like, and they're trying to ensure that this moose herd is managed over the long term, consistent or commensurate with the available habitat. Overutilization of willow communities by too many moose has been a problem in other parts of the state. So they really feel like this new proposed objective of 950 moose postseason will be sustainable, and it'll still provide kind of maximum opportunity for the sportsman. And I should note, like in this case, like the 2024 season proposal that has been approved, which is a combination of bull and cow harvest, was designed to kind of get towards this 950 moose postseason. So that's all I have for proposed objectives. This is my last slide, but before I go into that last slide, I guess I'd stand for any questions on the proposed objectives and also.
Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Justin, for most of the other areas that you presented, you had an average harvest for a number of years. And in that slide right there for the moose, you have 2023. I'm just wondering if is that 2023 number, should we consider that the average over a period of years before that?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, I'd have to get back with you on that. I do know that license issuance has stayed fairly static in there. Cow harvest has increased over the years. But it's been pretty tightly managed, just given all the interest in that herd unit, plus with interest with governor's tags and things like that. So my assumption is it's stayed fairly static, but I could get back to you on that.
No.
Any other questions? Okay.
So with that, I guess I would ask the commission to vote on whether or not to approve those proposed objectives. The next slide I have to talk to you about would be seeking some guidance on some future, direction on some future proposal.
To facilitate that along, Mr. President, I move to accept the change in herd objectives for the 5 areas that were presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the presentation and the big game herd unit objectives. We do have one agenda comment item. Jess Johnson.
She's gone.
She's gone.
Yes. There she is.
The next one, maybe actually.
So she wrote 15 and meant 13.
Yeah. Mr. President,
Okay.
just one thing on as far as the
Comment.
Could you do the very last one on the objective, the 75 midwinter trend and the objective 950? Can you explain that a little bit more, in particularly the 75 midwinter trend on the moose?
So President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, so basically as that herd started to establish itself in the late 80s and kind of grew for a long time, I would actually honestly have to look to see what the objective was back then, but in more recent years, when we as a department approved in the commission, I should say, the utilization of midwinter trend count as a type of objective, that wasn't always a tool we had in the toolbox. It's been set at 75 ever since, and that's basically, they would fly a portion of winter range and based on that standardized flight that they would repeat every year, if they counted much more than 75, they assumed that moose herd was growing. And if it was less than 75, and they average it out over a few years just because of the annual variability, then they would assume the moose herd was falling. But really, it's not a very appropriate objective, just given how well moose have done over the past few decades and how they've grown.
Yeah, okay. Because I was just kind of, because the disparity between the midwinter trend count and the postseason population objective, there's quite a gap in between there. So I was just curious.
Yeah, and in this case, we feel like the gap there is too sizable. It's not appropriate to really index the population over counting such a small percentage of those animals.
Aye.
Thank you, President Ladwig. So the last slide would be, we've gotten some internal direction from Chief King to really evaluate our satisfaction-based objectives. There's been kind of some consternation over these for a long period of time. Some feel, and understandably so, that there's not the appropriate level of accountability with these. And I'll just to demonstrate a little example, we're going to take two of the Casper region herds that I have a lot of familiarity with, where we have satisfaction-based objectives. The Black Hills elk herd unit, we have that like I described earlier because it's an interstate herd. There, as we surveyed landowners over time, we've gotten less and less a waning response from those landowners. So now, not only are we not hearing from enough landowners, even with visits and in-person visits and things like that, it's hard for us to really ascertain what satisfaction is. But those that are dissatisfied with elk numbers up there are actually split in two camps. Half of them want to see fewer elk, and half of them actually want to see more elk. So that's really problematic for us. And then we take the Pine Ridge herd, which is just northwest of here, and we have a satisfaction-based herd. And in that case, we have 0% landowner satisfaction with the number of elk there. But all those landowners, we meet with them annually, they're all, to an individual, satisfied with our management objective. They really support our management objective. They know we're trying to harvest elk as liberally as possible. So it's just kind of an untenable objective. And so for those reasons, we're striving to move away from satisfaction-based objectives. But this is going to require us to really dig deeper in the toolbox to try to estimate elk numbers in some of these areas where the reason why we have satisfaction-based objectives to begin with is because it's very difficult to estimate elk numbers. These interstate elk herds, in other cases, so on this map on your right side, all those herd units in gray are satisfaction-based objective. So let's just take our petition herd, which is down just east of Rock Springs on the Colorado Utah border. There's a lot of elk in places down there, but it's a vast landscape. And it's mostly desert country, and it's mostly extremely low density elk numbers. That's really problematic for us to try to estimate elk numbers in a population like that, because if you have to allocate a ton of money, flight time, personnel in the air, that sort of thing, to fly every square inch of it. But when you have a case where you have really low density elk populations, but then you might have a really big herd or two sprinkled within, like say in the Little Snake River Valley or something like that, it really complicates how you estimate populations. And to quote Director Nesbitt, I don't want to get too biologist-y on you, but it's problematic. And
So we're trying to get creative. We're trying to better in some cases like our rawhide herd unit, east of I-25 in southeast Wyoming. We feel like we understand elk distribution well enough. We are going to do a siteability survey and come up with a postseason population estimate. But in other cases, it's still going to be challenging. We've had discussions with our Utah and Idaho counterparts to jointly conduct some surveys where we have shared borders there. We've done as much up with South Dakota, whom we meet with every year. We've even utilized BLM wild horse surveys. They're conducting aerial infrared surveys to estimate wild horse numbers in the Red Desert. And we actually throw some money their way and partner with them to collect some elk information while they're up in the air already. So we're trying to get creative, trying to come up with new ways to estimate elk numbers in these areas. And I guess the other thing I would say with respect to that is we had that House Bill 60 last year in the legislative session. It obviously ultimately didn't pass, but you guys are going to discuss chapter 28 tomorrow. And, some of the damage there is tied to metrics of over objective elk populations. And so in some cases, not in some cases, in that case, it really behooves us to be able to try to estimate elk numbers. So we can look our constituents in the eye and say, hey, this is how many elk we actually feel like are out here. So the reason why I'm bringing all this up today would be we've tasked our regions with trying to come up with these new avenues to estimate elk numbers. And that could be a series of landowner surveys. It could be some aerial surveys and everything in between. But we would need to establish a population objective for those elk herds. And we think really should be done on an interim basis, which is kind of a novel concept for us. But because we're going to learn a lot. And in these cases, when you're estimating these types of herds, you got to probably do it for a few years before you really dial in your technique and your methodologies and that sort of thing. So that's what we'd ask for is if we'd like to come to you guys a year from now with some proposals for some interim elk objectives and then have them, I guess, tentatively approved, but with the understanding that they could be modified significantly as we garner new information.
Commissioner Brokaw?
Yeah, I'm not sure how. I agree with you taking off your satisfaction objective component. But I heard you say on these interim objective numbers that you would facilitate and contact landowners. So I'm just they're still engaged. I'm thinking of the three big blue areas, southeast Wyoming, those herd units, and landowner involvement so critical. So they still get to participate in the process. Very much so. Could you help me out with what I'm pulling a John Masterson here and I'm a little embarrassed. Could you help me with my thought process?
Well, you didn't preface your question by saying it was silly or stupid, but President Ladwood, Commissioner Brokaw. So, I mean, absolutely, landowner engagement's imperative. I mean, it is with all of our objectives. Maybe a little less with, say, like bighorn sheep that we're living up in the high country, but especially no more than with elk. And so as we are, we're going to be asking for landowner assistance in some cases, like in Northeast Wyoming, to even assist with estimating elk numbers, where it's impractical for us to fly 9 million acres, every few years and come up with an estimate that way. But anytime we arrive at a number, and even if that number would be subject to change, it could not be done in a vacuum. It would have to be done in consultation with our landowners. And it gets back to that social carrying capacity I was talking about earlier. That you have to have landowner buy-in on anything that we do.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of our friend down in southeast Wyoming, and he gets 2,000 elk. We've got our hunting season there, and we're going all liberal, and we're going type 8s, and we're killing elk. We're killing those Laramie River bottom elk. But then in the wintertime, he gets those 2,000 elk from Colorado that just skews the data so hard. It's really hard to manage for that. So I knew you had an answer on how you would engage landowners and use their input. I just Mastersoned you. And so,
yeah,
great presentation.
Well, Commissioner Brokaw, just to follow up, I mean, that's why, like, for example, we are engaged, we're engaging with Colorado and Utah right now, because the other tough thing about those interstate herds is there could be divergent management goals based on the state. So the Wyoming, South Dakota model is a really good way to illustrate that. Black Hills elk in South Dakota, it's like their Jackson Hole. I mean, it's their only elk herd in the state. They're very coveted. They're very conservative. They've got publics and their commission that wants to increase elk numbers. In the meantime, you cross the DMZ into Wyoming, and we're trying to do everything we can to reduce those. And so those divergent management goals also make it pretty tricky. But I think we're going to get pretty serious in these cases, working with Colorado and Utah, and see what we can come up with.
More discussion? We haven't.
We're done. This is just informational.
I think he was looking for some sort of a direction or something that from.
We're not gonna get a request till next summer realistically though, right? You said you're coming to us next summer with the potential for interim objectives?
Yeah, President Ladwig, sorry if I wasn't real clear on this. So it's because it's kind of a little uncharted, I guess. We would be coming to you next year with a suite of interim elk objective proposals. And I guess maybe, I don't know that I need guidance from you now, but maybe just to preface it and prepare the commission for the fact that we would be actually asking for some entertaining the notion of having interim proposals that would be kind of fairly, with the understanding they'd be fluid over the next few years.
Well, I definitely think, because being from the eastern side of the state there, we have to be looking at it, that's for sure, because it just, some places being overrun and that, but we're not needing to make a decision today. It's just that we would welcome some requests to see what we could do to make a change, I think.
Yeah, I support your management strategy. Yep, so.
Thank you.
Mr. President, as much as it pains me to say so, I agree with it as well.
Whoa.
Well, you don't see him as often as I do.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ryan? Sheep, bighorn sheep. Ooh, domestic sheep.
President Ladwig,
Ryan,
Director Nesbitt, Commission. This is just kind of an update on the procedural mechanics of the bighorn sheep domestic Wyoming plan. And so this is, it's a little bit different because we have 3 entities that all have to agree on the plan or any amendment to it. So what has happened is the 3 entities, the Department of Ag, the Livestock Board, and the Commission all have to approve of any amendment that takes place, which is going to be what is presented here just shortly by Ryan. And then you guys will vote to approve or not approve. After that, we have to follow the APA guidelines, and whatever amendment is agreed upon would then have to be noticed to the public for 45 days, at which point, and because we have 3 separate entities that are involved in this, we have to figure out how to get all of the interested parties in the room to approve it one last time to comply with the APA. And so I wanted to just come up here and kind of let you know how this is going to work, and when it is we're going to be able to get everybody, all the stakeholders in the same room to approve the amendment. We're working on that. There's some discussion about possibly the November commission meeting. If we can get this approved and noticed, then we would maybe be able to present it if we can get folks in the room at that time. And that's the basis of it. That's what chapter 66 provides, is that everyone will agree on it. It'll go to the public, and then all of the boards, each board independently will approve of it by a majority. And so with that being said, does anybody have any questions for me on procedurally how this is going to go forward?
I just have direction for the department, so this needs to be figured out so that it can be completed by the November commission meeting. We need to do that because there's other things that are going on that we'll talk about later, but this is fairly simple and I think will not be problematic for the three boards. I don't believe anyway. So we need to finish this work by November somehow.
Right. And so the 45-day, if we were to get this approved, everybody's on board by Monday, I think 45-day mark would be Halloween, which is Thursday. So at which point, if the November commission meeting was an opportunity for everybody to get involved and appear, whether in person or remotely, that would be a possibility, and we can get that done by that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. My name is Ryan Amundson. I'm a terrestrial habitat biologist with the department out of Wheatland. I'm also a co-chair of our internal department Bighorn Sheep Working Group. And I'm also a co-chair of the Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group. And I co-chair that with Dr. Hallie Hazel with the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. So the reason I'm here today is to talk about a term and definition that we would like to see added to Appendix M of the Wyoming Plan that was authored by the Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group. So to give you a little bit of a background, the Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group was put together in February of 2000. We'd had years and years of consternation between wildlife interest groups and domestic sheep producers. Things were heading southwards. And Governor Geringer at that time and Senator Craig Thomas says, let's get everybody in the room together and talk about the issues that are facing everyone. In 2004, that group came together and created a final report called the Final Report and Recommendations from the Wyoming Statewide Bighorn Domestic Sheep Working Group. And it is now called the Wyoming Plan. And it was codified into law in 2015. Something to bring up is the main mission statement of the working group. Clearly printed there. It's the goal of that working group to maintain healthy bighorn sheep populations while sustaining an economically viable domestic sheep industry in Wyoming. And I think everyone that participates in that group takes that very seriously. We meet on an annual basis in Lander, Wyoming, typically in November, with 30 to 50 members of the public there representing federal legislators, ag producers, Wool Growers Association, Stock Growers Association, Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, the department, and federal land management agencies are all in the room together to talk about issues affecting domestic sheep and bighorn sheep. The plan talks a lot about disease, commingling, trying to reduce commingling opportunities, predation, research needs, things that are affecting the domestic sheep industry, and so on. And then also within that plan, there's numerous appendices there that give us some protocols and how we go about proposing future transplants, relocations of bighorn sheep, and things like that. Appendix M that we're looking to revise currently has 4 different areas within it. The core native herd areas, which are in northwest Wyoming, and that's where 85% of our state's bighorn sheep herds exist. And then we have what's called cooperative review areas, where we have suitable bighorn sheep habitat. And those areas are found throughout the state. And then we have non-emphasis areas. Those are low priority areas for bighorn sheep. And so no efforts are really made there to prioritize bighorn sheep management within those. And then the rest of the state is considered non-management areas. So an example of non-management area would be Wamsutter, Rock Springs, in that corner of the state. And next I'll show you a map that'll make this a little bit clearer to you, which is also part of Appendix M. So again, the crosshatch in the northwest corner, that's all of our core native herds where they have not been extirpated at any point in history. And then we have the cooperative review areas such as the Laramie Range and the Fair Seminole areas in south central Wyoming would be examples. And then most of the area in white, again, would be a non-emphasis area. The last time our working group met was December 18th of 2023. And at that point in time, there had been discussions about future transplant opportunities, which often comes up at those meetings on an annual basis. The members of that working group felt we needed to strengthen some protections for ag producers that have federal grazing leases, where bighorn sheep may be proposed to be brought in through a transplant effort, or they may show up on their own because there's suitable habitats there. And bighorn sheep have a way of finding those places. So we agreed that a subcommittee was going to meet later and talk about how do we provide these additional assurances. And in the meantime, Senator Larry Hicks from Baggs proposed Senate File 118 that became law last spring. And it has some language in there that provides these assurances, but the language is very specific to the Sweetwater Rocks. And that language is included there that you can read. If there's any impacts to a grazing permittee, basically it says that we're not going to tolerate that, that we're going to do something about that and remove bighorn sheep if we had to in that area to protect those permits. So a subcommittee of the Interaction Working Group met here this spring and fall, and it was made up of Wyoming wool growers, Wyoming stock growers, individual ag producers, the Game and Fish, and Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, amongst others that participated in that. And through a series of meetings, we came up with a term, bighorn sheep restoration area, and a definition to follow. So we talked earlier about the 4 existing areas, management emphasis areas, and this would become a 5th one. So on August 8th of 24, a meeting was held virtually of the entire bighorn sheep domestic sheep working group to review the term and definition that was put out there by the subcommittee, and it was unanimously approved. And that's when we made the step to recommend this to the 3 signatories, being the Wyoming Livestock Board, Wyoming Department of Ag Board, and Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, to ask you to formally amend Appendix M in the Wyoming plan. And this is just an excerpt of Chapter 66. Again, that talks about consensus-based amendments to the plan have to be jointly considered by the 3 entities I just mentioned. Any amendment to the plan shall be formally adopted by the Board of Ag Commission and Livestock Board. And then each one of those entities have to vote on this amendment separately, and it has to be approved by a majority vote. So in the last 30 days, we have had virtual meetings of the Wyoming Livestock Board and just yesterday of the Department of Ag Board, and both unanimously approved the appendix amendment. So I'll just take a pause now. This is the bighorn sheep restoration area term and definition that was written by the subcommittee and approved by the Interaction Working Group, and would like to give you all a chance to review that language. Don't need to read that for you unless you'd like me to. I'll just pause here for a second for that. So as stated in the definition, any future proposals that are brought forth by an entity or through the department would use this language of bighorn sheep restoration area in any kind of proposal out there. And those transplant proposals for reintroductions is found in Appendix L of the plan, just one more of the appendices that's out there. Anyway, probably the bottom bullet point is probably the most important one. If in the event bighorn sheep naturally immigrate into an area or are purposely reintroduced, the state of Wyoming accepts any risk of contact between bighorn sheep and domestic livestock. And we will hold those livestock producers harmless if that were to occur. I did fail to mention that this language was also vetted through our Wildlife Administration and also through Ben Peterson at the Attorney General's office before it was submitted to the Interaction Working Group for final approval. So I guess with that, would ask you to consider a vote to approve this amendment and this language of bighorn sheep restoration area term and definition to be added to the Wyoming plan under Appendix M. And then I have just a couple other future actions I'll mention if I can, just briefly. So if that language is approved by the Game and Fish Commission, it's already been approved by other two entities. Any future reproduction or reintroduction proposals would mention the BSRA language within them. Another potential future action that could or could not happen is we could modify the language in Senate File 118 from Senator Hicks to strike some language that references the Sweetwater Rocks specifically and mentions any area as a bighorn sheep restoration area. And then lastly, there was talk within the working group if they could get any federal legislation out there to offer further protections to domestic livestock producers, that we would ask them to use that language in any kind of federal legislation that would be put out there too. And the term bighorn sheep restoration area would be used throughout those documents. So with that, I'll pause and take any questions.
Mr. President, I have a question, Mr. Ryan. So your proposed language of defining a BSRA, layering that with Senate File 118, because it's so specific to the Sweetwater Rocks. That doesn't mean the Sweetwater Rocks are going to get an introduction of sheep. Those livestock producers are still protected because of their federal grazing permits. Is that correct?
Commissioner Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, if I'm understanding the question correctly, you're asking if the Sweetwater Rocks potential transplant could still occur?
Right.
Any future proposed reintroduction that may include the Sweetwater Rocks, that proposal would include language that says bighorn sheep restoration area, and Sweetwater Rocks would be defined as such.
Okay.
Mr. Go ahead. Sorry. Do you know if Senator Hicks is amenable to that amendment? Is he agreeable to remove that and replace it with the BSRA language?
Yes, Commissioner Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, yes, those discussions have happened with Senator Hicks previously.
Thank you.
Just real quick, this might help the commission a little bit. So we still have a pending request for the commission to consider reintroduction of sheep into Sweetwater Rocks that's very dated now. It's 3 or 4 years old. We've never acted formally on that. We've been going through many motions to try to address concerns from producers, to try to address disease concerns, to try to find a way forward where everybody can agree. I think we have come, because of Senate File 118, we have come closer to being able to take some action on that here in the near future. future Director Bruce and Chief King are gonna have to figure out exactly how that plays out and when. But this is a small step with large across the board agreement by all the stakeholders. I've not heard one person in opposition. And I think this is a good step forward.
Mr. President, just real. Go.
Commissioner Roberts?
I guess on this, breaking down this a little bit more on the designated on this event that a bighorn sheep naturally immigrates into reintroduce. Could you explain that a little bit more to me on the very one? Because I mean, it's like we're basically saying, hey, no matter what happens or whatever, there's livestock producers are not, can't be held accountable for anything.
President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, that is correct in areas that have been defined as the bighorn sheep restoration area. And we have purposely not developed a map with those areas because we want those to be fairly fluid. So in the case of Sweetwater Rocks, we don't have a proposed boundary area, I guess, at this point in time. So we want that to have some fluidity to that. But they would have to be within that area of the bighorn sheep restoration area to have those protections.
In the present time, discounting the BSRA, if you have bighorn sheep that come into an area they've never been in before, they basically, if it's a sheep area, they basically get removed anyway, right?
That is correct, President Ladwig, yes.
So this is basically almost saying the same thing, except you're putting the word BSRA in there, that they will be.
President Ladwig.
And the rancher won't be held liable.
That is correct. If it was within a bighorn sheep restoration area, we could let that bighorn sheep live. We would not have to take a euthanization step or something like that if it was within an agreed upon bighorn sheep restoration area.
Mr. President, I guess my concern is there's been no designated outline of what is going to be a BSRA and how big it can be. I mean, it's pretty vast. To me, there's no definition to it yet.
President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, that is correct. So if we'd like to use the Sweetwater Rocks for an example, a proposal will come forth at some point in time that would identify the boundary of the bighorn sheep restoration area at that point in time.
Case by case, this just establishes it as a definition that can be used by the commission. And then once the broad framework, it's already actually outlined with non-emphasis areas, coordinative herds, cooperative review areas, non-management areas. This is just another one of those broad classifications that can be used anywhere. It's not specific to anywhere yet. If the commission adopts this, then they could decide whether to apply it to a specific proposal for reintroduction. And then through that process, you would have to define the boundaries so that we knew where the protections existed, where they did not, where the landowner could be held liable, where they could not, or not liable, but have more risk for contact.
Any other questions? Mr. Brokaw?
Just for clarification, in my area, I think it was in the Seminoles, Chief King had contacted me, 4 yearling rams got in a place they weren't supposed to be, needed my authorization, did a harvest permit, euthanized those 4 sheep. Does this help our sheep populations overall when they start to naturally migrate?
Yes, President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, in that particular case, that was in the Pedro Mountains. So I could see an instance where we could expand and call the Pedro Mountains a bighorn sheep restoration area. And then we would not have to make those euthanizations occur. If we felt there was suitable habitat, risk for contact with domestic sheep, for instance, was minimal. We could do that as kind of an intermediary step.
I think it's a good proposal. I rise in support of it.
Any other questions? We have a public comment, if we could. Jess?
President Ladwig, Commissioners, I will keep this pretty short, but I wanted to make sure that one of the groups that was working on these subcommittees stood up to reiterate how much broad support there is. We have worked with the wool growers, with Wyoming wild sheep, stock growers, and many others to get to this language. I would offer up a little bit of an explanation of, I would look at this as a creation of a term, not a creation of an area. Some of this is like, when we go forward, whether we're pursuing federal legislation, state legislation, or other things, we need a term that references this and references everything that is behind that description so that we have something legally written down. Because the Wyoming plan is in legislative statute, it's statutory. Having a term, a legally defensible term that is in this plan is super, super important. So there's broad support around this. As they've said before, it's gone through the other two commissions and boards, and we're just asking for a yes vote on this. There's been a ton of work. I'm kind of the rookie to the working group right now. I came in last year and had my eyes widely opened about controversy around it. And I think this group has come a really long way to getting towards some compromise and some sort of working together. So this has been a really exciting process to see come to fruition. I think there's been a 20 years worth of work behind what you're starting to see here. So I'm just standing in support of that. The work, the long work that the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, the wool growers and others have done, it's commendable, and it's been really inspiring to be a part of.
Any questions for Jess? Thank you, Jess.
Mr. President, I would move to approve the Wyoming Bighorn Domestic Sheep Plan Amendment, which is Appendix M as recommended.
I would second that.
Motion's been made and seconded to accept the recommendation to do the amendment to Plan M, Amendment M. Appendix M, I'm sorry. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We're in line with the other two now. We're in line with the other two organizations.
Boards, yeah.
Hmm?
Boards, yeah.
The other two boards?
Yeah.
Yep. Is there any other call to the public?
Nope.
Not in the back of the room, not on the computer? Not from anybody? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We're adjourned.